bullpen into the crowd.
Have yourself a night, Raffy Devers.
Should be an unbelievable atmosphere anytime the Yankees and Red Sox are competitive in September. All right, guys, we'll take a look at some pictures here. So one of the keys going forward, Eduardo, Mike King, Lucas Litke, Luis Severino, Wandy Peralta, Chad Green, Loaisaga, Herman, the Red Sox bullpen's banged up. Give me some other thoughts.
The leadoff hitter for the New York Yankees. From now on, DJ LeMahieu has to get on base. If he does, I think the rest of the guys will be going forward.
No visiting player has ever driven in 4 runs in 3 consecutive games at Fenway Park. That's what Giancarlo Stanton has a chance to do tonight. Big ass.
All right, for Buster Olney, Marley Rivera, our entire crew, thanks for watching. Enjoy the game, Red Sox and Yankees.
An absolutely splendid night for baseball in Boston, the first Sunday of fall, and a matchup with big implications for baseball's postseason this fall. The Red Sox trying to salvage 1 in a 3-game series with their arch rivals. Yeah, Raffy Devers has flexed his muscles all season long, but the biggest flex in this series has come from a visitor whose Yankees are thinking 3-game sweep. Welcome to Sunday Night Baseball. It's the Yankees and the Red Sox. Telecast presented by Taco Bell. Well, Giancarlo Stanton has put his stamp on the series for sure. A home run keying an 8-3 victory on Friday. He bounces back with 4 more runs batted in last night. Yeah, an 8 RBI weekend for Stanton. A grand slam that was the game winner a night ago. And the Yankees are feeling much better about their wild card chances as a result of taking 2 of the first 3. Tonight's game is a part of ESPN's Geico Hunt for October. Boston and New York in a dead heat in the wild card standings, with the Jays, Mariners, and to a lesser degree Oakland still mathematically alive. Big implications here tonight. With that, we welcome you inside the broadcast booth with Alex Rodriguez and Buster Olney, Matt Vasgersian. We go on the air with the Stanton heroics. But prior to the heroics, there were some other things that happened that I think we should clue people in on. It's really been a team-wide story for the Yankees this weekend.
Indeed, Matt, and maybe the most resilient inning by the New York Yankees, and certainly for Brett Gardner, falling behind 1-2 and laying off the 1-2 slider, which was filthy. Here it is right here. Great take. Tries to overthrow another one and then yanks the fastball in. And then the stolen base. A little Dave Roberts in reverse for the Yankees. Changing the at-bat for Aaron Judge. Lays off a slider. Passes the baton. Hernandez gets brought in to face a lefty. Smokes Rizzo. Has to stay in to face Stanton. And boom! Grand slam, and perhaps the biggest, most clutch home run of the year for the New York Yankees.
Yeah, Aaron Boone, in our discussion with him earlier today, called it the biggest game he'd managed, biggest regular season win since he's been around for the last 3+ years. Let's talk about the Red Sox, because Boston has had some big offensive contributors of late. Guys like Bobby Dahlbeck, Hunter Renfroe have stepped up, but we'd all agree that the Red Sox are powered by their big 3, who for various reasons have had a harder time replicating their earlier success this year.
Matty, there's no question the 3-headed monster is and will be the key for the Red Sox success. They've been good, not great in the second half. They need to get going, and they have this game tonight and then on the road against the Nats and Orioles, which they should get some good smoking. But the bottom line is, I think tonight they lead the way with my pick to click. Bogarts, who has numbers against Montgomery, 11 for 24.
A little bit more on Montgomery and the starting pitching matchup. Battle of 28-year-old left-handers making their 5th starts of the season against tonight's opponent. Jordan Montgomery winless in 4 tries against Boston. Eduardo Rodriguez undefeated in 4 starts against the Yankees. Home finale on the regular season schedule here at Fenway. Red Sox legend David Ortiz is on hand to receive the ceremonial first pitch. He'll join us in the broadcast booth a little bit later on tonight in the series finale between 2 rivals in Boston. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN is presented by Taco Bell. When we come back, starting lineups and the opening pitch in this arch rival matchup next.
Don Zimmer in foul ground has gone down. A long high drive. It's over.
Move over, babe. The Red Sox are American League champions.
It's one of the best rivalries in sports.
Oh, yeah. High stakes in a rivalry setting tonight. Fans certainly buy into the narrative. What do the managers think of the intense nature of this series finale? For more on that, we say good evening to Buster Olney.
Matt, when I asked Red Sox manager Alex Cora about that before, he said this is just one of 162. He mentioned that players in his clubhouse were doing the same things they do this time of year, watching football, tracking their fantasy teams before going out for batting practice. He said it's just another Sunday. Well, it's not just another Sunday, because by the end of this Sunday, the winner of this game will lead the American League wildcard race with just 1 week to play. Matt, back to you.
Yeah, Buster, 1 week, 6 games for each side. The Yankees end with 3 in Toronto, then 3 at home versus Tampa Bay. For Boston, they're on the road for the remainder of the season after tonight's Fenway finale. Let's get you right to Aaron Boone's Yankee Taco Bell starting lineup. And it's all-stars throughout for a Yankee team that's won 9 of 12, averaging over 5 runs a game in doing so. LeMahieu, Rizzo, and Judge. Stanton 8 RBIs over the weekend. Gallo and Torres follow with 5 and 6. And then Gary Sanchez, Brett Gardner, and Gio Urshela round things out for New York. Big numbers for Aaron Judge on the road. Not great numbers for he or Giancarlo Stanton against tonight's Boston starter. 28-year-old southpaw Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound. Last time around was Tuesday against the Mets. Didn't get a decision in what amounted to a laborious 4 1/3. Threw 92 pitches in that one and had traffic on base throughout the contest. He's been very good against the Yankees, as we profiled, however, in 4 starts against New York this year.
Yes, Rodriguez has all 5 pitches: fastball, cutter, sinker, slider, and a changeup. And the new weapon is the backdoor cutter against righties, and he uses that weapon for strike 3 looking.
Well, the Red Sox have been buoyed by recent performances by young players. Dahlbeck's come alive of late. Devers has been consistent all year long, an all-star for the first time in 2021. And it's the senior member of the Yankees who really keyed the inning yesterday. As you profile, Brett Gardner's 6-pitch walk gave Stanton the opportunity to be the hero, and that's why the smiles on the 37-year-old veteran tonight.
Well, resilient indeed, and over 200 games now played against the Red Sox in his career, so seasoned veteran. But for the Yankees, nobody on, 2 outs, and Gardner, right man, right spot, falls behind 1-2 in resilient way to come back, walk, and the rest is history with an exclamation point.
Boy, what a great scene tonight. Enthusiastic crowd, albeit a little late arriving, but a full house is anticipated tonight for the series finale between the Red Sox and the Yankees. LeMahieu, Rizzo, and Judge. This is what it should look like.
Indeed.
I mean, you got Yankee fans and Red Sox fans already starting chants, and we're underway with ball 1 to LeMahieu. DJ has reached base multiple times in 5 of his last 6 starts. One owner, the 3-time All-Star, is in for a strike.
Perfect night for baseball. Great night to hit. Great night to pitch. Great night to field.
And LeMahieu's aboard to start the ball game. Eduardo Rodriguez has had, for whatever reason, a hard time retiring leadoff hitters in innings.
Little inside out hitting here. Cut fastball. 94. Not a bad pitch, but great hitting. Staying inside the baseball. Well, LeMahieu does so well. Not trying to do too much.
Man aboard to start the night now, Anthony Rizzo. You mentioned Rodriguez having a hard time retiring leadoff hitters. Not just the leadoff hitter of the game, but when opponents lead off an inning, they're reaching base at almost a 350 clip. And the first offering to Rizzo misses in tight.
And partner, we have Joe West behind the plate in his 43rd year of Major League umpiring. A legend, and when Joe's behind the plate, anything can happen.
And when Joe's behind the plate, you usually know it pretty early.
Exactly.
Strike on the inside corner, a ball and a strike to Rizzo. His 43rd game as a Yankee tonight. 20 homers overall for Anthony between his time starting the season in Chicago and his time in the Bronx. 6 of those have come in a Yankee uniform. Boston has already won the season series between these two teams. And that's an important note, because if the Red Sox and Yankees should end the season tied in the wild card standings with nobody else involved, that means that game would be played right here at Fenway Park. And it's 2-2 to Rizzo.
And that's regardless of tonight's results.
Regardless of tonight's results. We'll have the AL wild card right here on ESPN in a little over a week. Still undetermined. Already, some speculation out there as to hot teams. I mean, we're so what have you done for me lately in trying to predict who's going to end up playing into the fall. It's all going to come down to that final weekend.
Matt, you want me to explain all the three-way tiebreakers?
No, I don't want to hear any of that math way too early.
Okay.
We'll catch it on the podcast, the Baseball Tonight podcast, featuring Buster Olney. That's where we'll go for that, because we root for chaos, Buster. I'm guilty of it. I think we love those complicated scenarios. Maybe we'll just get 2 clean wild card winners this year. Great stop by Dahlbeck to Bogarts for 1, the double play.
A terrific play here, a much easier play for a left-handed first baseman. Takes his time. The hard part is catching it, then the throw and the catch for a 3-6-3 double play.
That is the 149th double play grounded into by the Yankees this year, by far the most in the American League. And it has been a season-long talking point in the Bronx. So with 2 gone and the bases empty now, it'll be Aaron Judge. Judge has been relatively quiet in the series by his own standards. He's been the Yankees' most consistent offensive player all year, but this weekend just a first-inning double on Friday night. So a 1-for-7 start in a couple of games here in Boston. A ball and 2 strikes.
Backdoor cutter is the pitch Rodriguez likes to get Judge looking. He'll throw that pitch, which is a fastball up and away, 94. And this sets up the cutter, which is 89. He'll start it away and try to cut the outside edge for strike 3 looking.
Plenty of experience between these two, and Rodriguez has had the upper hand against Judge over the years, and that continues in their first matchup tonight. Threw him a changeup to strike him out. Nothing comes of the leadoff single. Spirited start to the proceedings. Half inning gone at the Fens. Yankees 0, Red Sox coming to bat.
From an early age, I felt I was meant for more in this life. I'm Cruella. Born fast and a little bit mad.
Add Disney's Cruella to your Blu-ray and digital collection.
To the bottom half of inning number 1 in a scoreless start to the night. We take a look at Alex Cora's Red Sox Taco Bell starting lineup tonight. Bobby Dahlbeck leads the American League in OPS in the month of September. He has had a great finish to his first full season in the big leagues. He bats number 6 in a Boston lineup that, when at home, leads all of baseball, averaging nearly 6 runs per game. On the mound for the Yankees, 28-year-old lefty Jordan Montgomery, making start number 29 this year, looking to push his record over 500. He's had 4 assignments against Boston this year, and while he has not pitched badly in them, he is 0-2 to show for his efforts. Most recently earned a win against the Rangers on Tuesday night, and Aaron Boone entrusts his 28-year-old southpaw to perhaps put the finishing touches on a big weekend on the road.
Has all 5 pitches. The left-hander fastball, cutter, a sinker, a curveball, and the change are the 2 money pitches. There's a base hit.
Kike Hernandez picks out a first pitch. Base hit back up the middle.
And for Montgomery, the 2 money pitches are there's a fastball right there, first pitch. Kike not wasting any time to get all over this 2-seamer and get the party started for the Red Sox. Going back to Montgomery, the changeup and the curveball. Both pitches top 5 in the American League in whiff rates, over 40%.
And Montgomery has been really good for the Yankees down the stretch when they need him most. 3-1, an ERA of 2.31 in his last 10 starts. So much time and talk is dedicated to the Yankees' big lineup for obvious reasons, Alex. When they go, it's a starting pitching equation for them, and their starting staff has been really good as they've heated up here down the end of the season. Here's Hunter Renfroe now with the man aboard. The Red Sox right fielder carries a 7-game hitting streak into tonight's game.
And Matt, to your point, the Red Sox came in scoring 6 or 7 runs per game coming into this Yankee series, and they've put up to a complete stop. The starting pitching has been very solid for the Yanks.
Yeah, some numbers to back that up. We know how capable Boston's lineup is, especially when they're playing at home. In the last 2 nights, Yankee pitching has racked up 20 strikeouts, as the Red Sox have stranded 31 base runners in the first 2 games of the series. Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Hunter Renfroe.
And those numbers are alarming, Matt, and the issue is chasing. And the Red Sox chase as much as any team in baseball. When you have men in scoring position, it is crucial to let the game come to you and swing its strikes. That's what the championship Red Sox did so well. They never forced the issue. They passed the baton, and they trusted. And a lot of times their big friend is coming here in the 5th inning. Big Papi would deliver the big blow.
Counts a ball and 2 strikes on Hunter Renfroe. Red Sox in 2 strikeouts in particular. Highest swing rate in counts like the one that Renfroe's in right now. Center cut fastball that's hit in the air, angling for Judge to get there and put it away. First out of the game for Montgomery. Hernandez stays at first now for Rafael Devers. Been a career year for Rafi Devers, an all-star for the first time in his career in 2021. 35 homers, 108 runs batted in. And perhaps if it wasn't for people like Ohtani and Vlad Guerrero Jr., you might hear more about an MVP candidacy. It's been that kind of year for Rafael Devers in 2021.
Hit a home run here Friday night off a changeup to right field.
Montgomery gets a fastball called for a strike. That has been the I guess modus operandi for the league against Rafi Devers. I know at various points in the season we've had the Yankees a bunch on Sunday Night Baseball. We've talked about how opponents have just thrown nothing but heaters to them. An entire series worth in some cases.
Reminds me of Robinson Cano, a similar stance, a nice fluid swing, and can hit the ball all over the field. Was a much better off-speed hitter than a fastball hitter. Devers same way.
And there's that fastball detail. Sees a lot of them, and the contact rate is not where the Red Sox would like to see it on that particular pitch. In the air the other way. Gallo got a good break on it, and there are 2 gone. We're going to talk a lot about the Yankees defensively tonight. Gallo in left field tonight, as you've seen. In particular, we're going to talk about their infield, because I know you had your thoughts earlier this year, Alex, on personnel groupings and who should be where. And it looks like what we're watching tonight, LeMahieu at third, Urshela the shortstop, Torres at second, and Rizzo at first, is going to be what the Yankees take into the postseason with them, with exceptions based on platoon advantage. But the big change is Torres on the other side of the second base bag. And we'll get into that plenty a little later on tonight. Here's Xander Bogaerts now.
Hurt. And we'll talk about that, Matt, but for the Yankees, it has not been a casting issue. They've had the right actors in the wrong roles, and now they have it just right.
Oh, 0-1 to Xander Bogaerts, who took the fastball for a strike. Unlike Devers, Bogaerts has handled the fastball well this year. It's .336 against the heater, 4th best average in the American League. It's interesting with a man on here when you note that Montgomery, with all of his experience against the Red Sox, has never allowed a first inning run in 10 career starts against Boston.
Now, you talked about the Yankees starting pitching and how it's been really effective for them this year. They started today actually leading the American League in ERA as a staff. And think about where we were just 2 weeks ago, where they had to rush Clark Schmidt into making a start against the Mets. Well, they've had a lot of guys come back in the last 2 weeks, including Luis Severino, Jonathan Loaizaga, expected to join the roster on Tuesday.
Really great point. Well, the last time we saw the Yankees on Sunday Night Baseball, just a couple of weeks ago, Francisco Lindor hit 3 homers. The Yankees lost 2 out of 3 to the Mets. The next day they were down early against the Twins, and a lot of folks thought that the season was slipping away. And then Aaron Judge hit a big homer. Gary Sanchez had a walk-off single, and since that point the Yankees have won 9 of their last 12.
And the 2 biggest home runs of the year for the Yankees, the 3-run homer by Judge you just mentioned, and the salami here by Stanton last night. The big guy showing up in a big way when it counts most.
Bogaerts is tied up. Nothing comes of the leadoff single in the bottom of the first. 8 RBIs so far, and Giancarlo Stanton looking for more damage leading off the second. As Giancarlo Stanton leads off the second for the Yankees. He and Aaron Judge have been healthy and together for much of the year. What a difference it's made. They've been very productive this season, of course. Stanton hot as a pistol right now. They lead the Yankees in all those categories. And as far as the togetherness quotient, 111 games played together this season. That's 72% of the Yankees games, and that's the most since they've been teammates. If they stay healthy and play together in the remaining portion of the schedule, that would be quite a difference as compared to the first 3 years they've been teammates. They will have outplayed that entire chunk of schedule in just 1 year. And here's Stanton leading things off in the second. Stanton, Gallo, and Torres for the Yankees. The good news for Boston is that the guys that have hurt him the most this year, Judge and Stanton, have not had a lot of fun against Eduardo Rodriguez. Stanton in particular is 1 for 14 with 8 Ks lifetime. What does Erod do well that's been able to neutralize the big fella here?
Well, I think both big guys, he brings the ball, fastballs in, keeps them aware, makes them start thinking of yanking. So hard in, soft away with a changeup, but the equalizer and the one adjustment that he's made that I spoke to Aaron Judge about today that's very hard for him to pick up is that cutter that comes in from the outside with 2 strikes. A lot of Ks with that backdoor cutter. A pitch that Lester used very well late in his career. A pitch that Andy Pettit used well. Jamie Moyer. And why left-handed pitchers do that is, as a right-handed hitter, anything that starts blowing away, you want to lay off it. When you bring that cutter back, when you lay off it, boom, strike 3 looking. And Rodriguez got a bunch.
Slider put him away for the strikeout, his second of the game.
So you have him thinking in, and boom, you take the slider in the equalizer. Good pitch, good location, a strike for 58 feet, and then the bottom drops out. Good rotation there. Well executed.
I think you call, Eduardo Rodriguez an occasional sinker slider guy, right? Those are not his primary weapons per se.
No, I mean, he has that, but he also has the 4-seamer up to keep you honest, the changeup and away. But the backdoor cutter keeps you honest because you can't just spit on that changeup blown away. If you give up on it, he'll bring it back for the cutter for strike three looking. And that's a pitch that does not induce swings. Is a pitch that is designed to strike you out looking.
0-1 the count to Joey Gallo.
And a little bit of a reverse split. I know the numbers are even against righties and lefties, Matt, but this is a guy that's actually tougher against righties and lefties. Gallo, for example, is 3 for 6 with 2 homers off Rodriguez. So you see the ball well. Why is that? You take that changeup, that sinker away, and that cutter, the backdoor cutter, you really can't use it against the lefties. You see the ball well. Nothing to push you off the plate. So as a left-handed hitter, you have the whole left center field to lean out there out over the plate.
2 balls and a strike to count to Joey Gallo.
Hey guys, it's fascinating to look at Eduardo Rodriguez's numbers. He's got a 4.97 ERA coming into this game, but a lot of the underlying metrics suggest he's pitched with a lot of bad luck this year. His expected ERA, based on his results, 3.67, nearly more than a run lower.
High fly ball into shallow right. Renfroe coming in. Arroyo going out for round number 2. Hey, let's peel back a couple layers on what Buster mentions there and this suggestion that Eduardo Rodriguez has pitched in bad luck. It all makes a lot of sense. So the ERA is a career high, but so is his strikeout rate. His walk rate is a career low. All that would indicate better overall success. His ERA is actually much higher than his expected ERA, and the problem is right on the bottom of your screen. The ground balls that he has induced have not been turned into outs at a consistent rate. Boston much maligned for its defense this year, though that has cleaned up down the stretch. They've played 7 straight games without an error, but the one guy on the staff that's been most betrayed by his infield has been Eduardo Rodriguez.
Well, and there's front offices out there saying if this guy came to our team, if we had a Gold Glover at third and a Gold Glover at short, he can be an ERA or better. So that's sometimes when numbers can be deceiving. You like the ground balls, you like all the data you just showed us, but it's been a little bit of unluck and poor defense behind him.
Well, those other teams will have their crack at him. He's on the market at the end of the season. I'm sure the Red Sox would love to have him back. He's been a stalwart for them. 2 balls and a strike. The count to Gleyber Torres. Another one in the air. This one for Dahlbeck. And a 1-2-3 second for Eduardo Rodriguez. To the bottom of the inning. A scoreless start to the night in Boston. Final week of the regular season ahead of us, and here are the upcoming games on ESPN. Tuesday, Padres and Dodgers. The Dodgers in a dogfight with San Francisco. San Diego eliminated from the wild card hunt. Wednesday, Garrett Cole and Jose Barrios scheduled. Yankees and Blue Jays, big implications there. It's part of a doubleheader. We'll also have Padres and Dodgers later on that night. A great week of pennant chase baseball on ESPN. Toronto just a game and a half off the wild card pace. Seattle still very mathematically involved at 2.5 back. Scoreless here as we go to the bottom of the second inning. J.D. Martinez, Bobby Dahlbeck, and Christian Arroyo against Jordan Montgomery. This is also the time of year where announced starting matchups have a way of waning and changing. And I know for Boston, that series against Baltimore that starts on Tuesday, they're going to start it with Chris Sale and then Nate Eovaldi on Wednesday. So it starts all the speculation as to who's going to pitch in a wild card game. It's pretty clear that the Yankees would prefer to have Garrett Cole for that, and they'll be lined up as such. There's still some guesswork around what the Red Sox would do in that circumstance.
And I think with Alex Cora, one of the most unpredictable managers in the game, you can throw all that out the window because he'll mix and match, and kind of a dangerous guy to play poker against because he'll use 3 starters in one game, and he did it with the World Series, and I have a feeling he'll do it again this year.
Uncharted territory for the franchise. In the current format, the Red Sox have never played in the one and in wild card game. And a swing and a miss by J.D. Martinez. Second strikeout for Montgomery tonight. So that'll bring up a Boston hitter who is very much responsible for this late push, because Bobby Dahlbeck has been great of late. Wasn't the case through July, striking out at an alarming rate, but since the beginning of August, an OPS over 1100. The K rate is down, the walk rate is up, and he has been a big contributor. In fact, the best OPS in the American League, second best in the American League since August 1.
Matt, I loved what we heard from Alex Cora before the game is that Kyle Schwarber has effectively helped Dahlbeck in 2 ways. One, he's really been very open in terms of sharing information. How about when they were training Schwarber to play first base? Dahlbeck benefited from that as well. Because what they did is they began to work out Kyle Schwarber to prepare for him getting some starts there. They asked Dahlbeck to help give Schwarber a break as they were going through drills, and so Dahlbeck was getting more work. And guess what? Bobby Dahlbeck got better.
Way out front, it's a ball and 2 strikes.
Indeed, I had a chance to talk to him, Buster, on Friday during batting practice, and really talked about his comfort level, taking more strikes in the strike zone, realizing that's not the fat pitch to hit. He hit another bomb here last night against Chapman, a bomb to left center field. And a big guy, a humble guy, and I'll tell you, 6'4", 230 pounds. When you're in front of him, he looks more like a middle linebacker than he does a first baseman.
And I'm quite sure that the discussion around the trade deadline of the Red Sox needing to improve at first base was something that he took personally. How could you not? Take you back to Saturday last night. Home run number 24 for Bobby Dahlbeck. Tighten things up late. Yankees would hang on for the win. They're part of a great finish to the regular season for Dahlbeck. Two balls and 2 strikes. Full count, 3-2.
So, Matt, if I'm Dahlbeck and I'm at the plate and I see a 2-2 fastball that he throws over my head, I pretty much know guaranteed that something soft is coming, either a curveball or a changeup. Let's see what Gary Sanchez goes with. There it is, changeup. And a good one.
Got him with it. 3 straight strikeouts for Montgomery.
Here's a high fastball, which tells me as a hitter, he just doesn't have a feel. So the minute that ball goes over my head and Sanchez can't catch it, I'm thinking changeup is coming and a good one to hit. There it is, the circle changeup, just turns it over.
Three strikeouts have come on 3 different pitches for Jordan Montgomery. You got Bogarts on a cutter, JD Martinez on a curveball, and then we saw the changeup that he used to strike out Dahlbeck. 0-1 the count to Christian Arroyo, making his first start since August 26th. You know, part of the reason the Red Sox have improved defensively, and we talked about that earlier, is the reacquisition of Jose Iglesias, who's kind of asserted himself at second base. We're seeing Arroyo out there tonight, but Iglesias has been a big part of how the Red Sox have tightened up. Oh, look out. Shattered bat.
Trouble.
That's going to be a base hit. I think the shrapnel might have given Montgomery a little pause in his pursuit of the ball. Understandably so.
Yeah, Matt, that bat acted a little bit like a fullback, leaned away for the tailback. And Montgomery had to honor that, stay back a little bit. There's the fullback, goes through, then the tailback behind him. Assist, broken barrel. Good fastball in on here. Wow. When you break a bat like that, Matt, you don't feel anything in your hands. You break it so good that you feel nothing. Like they say in the clubhouse, it died a winner. That bat died a winner.
2-out base runner for Boston now for Alex Verdugo.
Alex, I got a question for you. You correctly called when Dahlbeck was batting that after that high fastball that got away, that he was going to throw a changeup on the next pitch. How long did it take you to learn that as a hitter? In other words, Bobby Dahlbeck is a young player. How long did it take you? How many years?
Yeah, at least 10 years, Buster. I mean, there's a little bit of an algorithm that you start learning as you get these into your 5, 7, 10,000 at-bats in the big leagues, that you cannot predict of what's happening next or what could happen next. But a lot of it is human behavior. In a 2-2 pitch, if you try to throw a quality fastball and you throw it over Gary Sanchez's head, you're basically telling me that you don't have the confidence to come back less than 30 seconds later and execute a fastball. Your best 2 pitches are changeup and curveball. So a lot of it is you're running the data and the algorithm in your mind, and here comes the changeup. He sure got it, and it was a good pitch to hit as well.
Alex Verdugo with a line shot out to right that'll carry harmlessly to Judge to retire the side. 2-out single, left stranded, on to the third. Scoreless in Boston.
Tell me about your bubblegum superstition.
It's something I've been doing for a while. I think I've been doing that since, college. Start the game, 2 pieces of gum, chewing on it. After my first at-bat, if I get a hit, we hold on to the gum. But if I get out, it can't be my fault I got out there. It can't be my fault I grounded out. So I got to get rid of that gum and grab a new piece and, kind of start it over.
You were a 3-sport star. When you were 12 or 13 years old, which of the 3 sports did you have the most passion for?
Once I started playing baseball, I fell in love with that instantly. Just the chess match, the game within the game.
What would be a milestone that would be especially meaningful for you?
I think getting a Triple Crown. I think getting a Triple Crown a year. One of my favorite players, to watch is Miguel Cabrera. And, for him to win a Triple Crown, you got to have the best average in the game, the homers, the RBIs. You just got to be a well-rounded hitter.
You were adopted. When you meet a kid who was adopted, what do you tell them?
Wow. I just try to remind them how lucky they are. Someone adopted them, someone loved them that much. They wanted to, bring them into their family and, just enjoy that experience. People may say things, you don't look like your parents, you don't look like your mom, you don't look like your dad, but that doesn't matter. They love you just the same, and just enjoy that. I was blessed to be adopted by my parents and my family, and I never felt like I was treated any differently. And because sometimes it's tough for kids. When you're growing up and you see other friends and everyone looks the same, and your family looks a little different, but the love is always there.
A nice human touch around Aaron Judge's story, and he's such a great player. We know that he comes from a very caring family. His parents are both educators, and surely watching tonight in Central California, I believe, is home for them.
Absolutely, and his brother also an educator, which is really cool. But I mean, you're talking about a guy that you want to hang your franchise on, the face of the franchise, one of the faces of baseball, a guy that could have played all 3 sports.
Quick punch out of Gary Sanchez opens the Yankee half of the 3rd. Well, Aaron Judge talks about having the Triple Crown as a goal, and let's face it, there are but a handful of players in each league who have the skill set that would make that dream come true, and Aaron's one of them. I mean, you talk about Trout, Judge, Vlad Guerrero. It's not a long list of players that could possibly do that someday.
Yeah, maybe Soto, Tatis, Acuna is a handful, right? And Judge is certainly in that mix, and the combination of being 6'7", 282 pounds, to have the discipline at the plate combined with the power and the ability to really swing at strikes makes him a great candidate to one day perhaps win a Triple Crown.
One gone with the bases empty for Brett Gardner. And Gardner quickly falling behind 0-2.
Alex, I disagree with you on one thing you just said there. You mentioned Juan Soto maybe being a candidate for Triple Crown. Forget it. He walks too much.
That's a good point. And Buster, a lot has to do with the supporting cast. If you do not have the sluggers around you to give you the protection, a guy like Soto can walk up to 150 to 200 times, much like Barry Bonds did back in his day.
Gardner's locked up. That's 4 early strikeouts for Erod. Let's take a look a little bit deeper at his 2-strike approach.
Yeah, and he has a lot of ways to get you out. The 4-seamer, the changeup, and the cutter. And it's really, and against the lefties here, the fastball, the sinker, and the change. But as I was talking with Aaron Judge, is his ability to mix and match fastballs up, changeups away, and then bring the cutter back. Little base hit right there.
Giovanni Urshela lifts a base hit into center field. Similar looking box score on both sides. Each team with a leadoff single in the first, each team with a 2-out single in the 3rd and 2nd.
Little changeup right there, and really good hitting. Keeps the head down. Base knock.
So they'll give DJ LeMahieu a chance with a man on and 2 away. LeMahieu opened the ball game with a base hit and then was doubled off on the Rizzo ground ball. DJ settling in at third base in the newer look Yankee infield, and Buster doing so despite not being 100% physically.
Yeah, and he spoke with reporters before the game about this issue that he's dealing with, some sort of a hip or groin type issue. Marley Rivera was among that group that he spoke with. He acknowledged he's not going to be 100% the rest of the year. It's just going to be something he's going to have to deal with. He said he didn't know if he's going to have to have surgery at the end of the year. I suspect, and Alex, you know far more about this than I ever would, there are a lot of players right now playing with a lot of nagging injuries because they know there's no time to heal.
Yeah, I don't think there's one player in the league that's 100% at this point. You just, whatever you have, you take it on and you play.
Well, it would go a long way in explaining the drop-off for LeMahieu. So consistent in his first 2 seasons as a Yankee. But this year the numbers have dwindled down to a .268 batting average with an OPS just over 700. Health at the center of those numbers. Two balls and 2 strikes to LeMahieu.
And for Erod, an opportunity to get 9 outs in 40 pitches. Last outing, 9 outs in 88 pitches.
And you're talking about a Yankee lineup that has the best walk rate in the game. Rodriguez has been very strike efficient to start the night. 2 balls and 2 strikes to LeMahieu. He's got a piece to stay alive.
Alex, you hear the crowd cheering, and I know you've been here the last couple days at these games. It really does feel like it's closer to, I don't know, 30-70. Red Sox fans 70%, Yankee fans 30%, but it's felt like that there are a lot of Yankee fans here this weekend.
Absolutely, and last night when Stanton hit that bomb for the grand slam, I mean, the Yankee fans erupted here, and you can tell it was certainly at least 30%.
We know how loud Yankee fans are. Mike, you know that better than anybody, Alex. Just go to Nick Turturro's Instagram page. And that's 5 strikeouts for Erod to start tonight. Still scoreless at the fence.
We're not into hockey for the fame or the hype. We're into hockey for this kid and his mom. For the guys in Detroit cutting out early to catch a Wings game. And this man in Denver watching the Avs on a TV older than the franchise. We're into hockey for the fans in Vegas waiting for the desert to freeze over. And the ones in Tampa hoping lightning strikes thrice. We're in it for this upstanding young Philadelphian and every bartender in Quincy. We're into hockey for Matt Dumba, Seth Jones, and anyone that's ever been told, stick to basketball. Hockey's for the diehards and the faithful. It's for every rookie in Seattle. And it's for us, because honest to Stanley, we're fans too. The NHL on ESPN, ESPN+, Hulu, and ABC, all for hockey.
No score as we head to the bottom half of the third. Between innings, we had an opportunity to visit with Red Sox manager Alex Cora. Alex, it's a much more efficient version of Eduardo Rodriguez tonight as compared to the kind of deep pitch counts of Tuesday night.
Yeah, I think his fastball is playing. He's mixing up his changeup too, so he's in a good spot right now. As you know, it doesn't matter his velocity as long as he uses up in the zone that fastball, and he's okay now.
Alex, we talked about the big three in the middle of the lineup. Obviously, as they go, you go. What do you think are the key to get those guys going for the remaining of the season?
Well, we just got to stay, using the big part of the field. When we start pulling the ball, we struggle, and those guys, they can hit the ball out of the ballpark anywhere. So if we do that, we're going to be fine.
Are you still sticking with your claim that this is just an ordinary Sunday? You were looking at fantasy football this afternoon?
Well, I don't have a fantasy football team, so these guys were, and they were watching. It's a game. I mean, the whole week is going to be big for us. It's going to be big for all the teams around us, so we'll see what happens.
Thanks, Alex.
Later.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, Alex Cora does such a good job at maintaining an even keel in his clubhouse. He didn't want his players to approach this weekend or next week with any kind of different urgency as compared to the way they played the first 159, right? You've got to stay on that same page.
It's not a fair comp, Matt, but, Joe Torre had a way about him that no matter how hot it got in the kitchen, always cool as a cucumber. And today, talking to Alex Cora, I couldn't tell if it was March, mid-July, or late in September. You could not have a better leader for the Red Sox than Alex Cora.
I mean, they know it's different. They know how important these games are. But to not play like that is, I think, what Alex is trying to preach to his team. I mean, this is the latest into a season that the Yankees and Red Sox have met with the same record since 2005, when on October 1st they were each 94 and 66. And then before that, you've got to go back to the infamous Bucky Dent game, or what's since been referred to as the Bucky Dent game, the tiebreaker game of 1978. Two balls and two strikes, the count to Christian Vasquez. Vasquez, Hernandez, and Renfroe against Jordan Montgomery, who has struck out 3. There's a shot out to left. Best contact of the night. Dies is out number 1. We were talking about that tiebreaker game, October 2nd, 1978. A coin toss gave the Red Sox home field advantage. Bucky Dent's 3-run homer against Mike Torres gave the Yankees a 1-run lead. Carl Yastrzemski popped out to Greg Nettles. The game's final out, stranded 2. The Yankees won it 5-4 and would go on to win the World Series. One of the most memorable single games in baseball history.
Indeed, and things at that moment were different. You didn't have the, in league, you didn't have the wild card game. Hard to believe that the Red Sox have never been in a wild card game. This will be the first year if they advance.
Counts a ball and no strikes on Kike Hernandez. I mean, the history between these two teams is clear. And for a guy like Kike Hernandez, who's in his first season as a Red Sox, he is fashioning some kicks tonight that pay homage to franchise history. Take in the shoes. He's got all the retired Red Sox numbers on there. Hey. There's a company that creates those shoes, and players around the league that wear shoes like that auction them off, and the proceeds go to a group called More Than Baseball, which helps out minor league players who are in need. It's a pretty neat cause.
Yeah, very cool. Great initiative.
Custom Cleats creates those kicks.
And swaggy, too.
Yeah. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Hernandez. Full count now.
Although he just did kick in some baseball PTSD for a lot of fans in New England with that game in 1978. Wow.
Well, I mean, you used to be able to call the Red Sox faithful long suffering, but there have been some pretty good years here of late.
Don't worry, Big Papi is going to be here in the 5th to remind us of all the glory days the last 16 years with their 4 championships.
Yeah, on the other hand, you're right. Yankee fans have been getting therapy after the 2004 American League Championship Series since that happened.
That's right.
And me too, Buster.
Seventh pitch of the plate appearance on its way to Kike, and it's on the ground for Gio Urshela. And out number 2. All this talk of the postseason reminds us October is on the horizon. The stakes have been raised. A champion will soon be crowned as the MLB postseason begins on October 5th. Go to MLB.com/postseason for the full schedule. And we'll have the American League wildcard game right here on ESPN. Two gone, bases empty now for Hunter Renfroe.
You know, Matt, Alex Cora also referred earlier today about, you know, this is a team that has a roster with guys that this is not their first rodeo. Kike Hernandez has played in the last 3 World Series. Bogarts, Devers, guys that have been there. And there's a quiet confidence that this team has, which makes everybody in the room feel pretty good. Good change up there.
Set Renfroe out in front of that a couple of times already tonight. Counts a ball and a strike.
93 with the fastball, 83 with the change.
Two balls and a strike to the Mike Trout lookalike.
Okay.
Neck up. Not few humans built like Mike Trout, but from the neck up I see a little resemblance.
I like it. I like it.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
And Montgomery's looking really, really good. Mixing in changeup, sinkers away, fastballs up and in, cutters in, changeup and the curveball. He's got it all working tonight. And both number 3s, both lefties, holding both offenses down.
Renfroe is having a I don't know. Nobody's really going to have a Mike Trout season, but this is as close as anybody could get. A 500-plus slugging percentage, 30 or more dingers, 100 or more RBIs, and among White Sox right fielders, it's a very select group of stars, including our guy Hawk Harrelson, who did it in '68. Dwight Evans, Mookie Betts, Hunter Renfroe's in good company this year.
Dwight Evans was at the ballpark here yesterday before the game because he wanted to meet Kyle Schwarber.
Do he?
Really? I saw Jim Rice here today. I mean, the Red Sox do such a good job bringing the legendary players back.
Eckersley, of course. Legends around the horn.
And Renfroe bounces out at the line. A great play by LeMahieu. Long throw. Got him!
What a play for DJ LeMahieu. A great play on the front end. And then the bounce pass. And even a better play by the platinum glove, Anthony Rizzo.
It's almost time for this week's fifth inning fast talk presented by T-Mobile. Grab your phone during the mid-fifth inning commercial break. Head over to ESPN's Instagram Live where we'll be answering your questions. Be sure to tune into a fast-paced live stream. You won't want to miss it. Both starting pitchers off to a great start tonight, and on that topic we visit with Yankee manager Aaron Boone. Anthony Rizzo, first of all, with a ground ball to the right side. Hey Booney, because the dialogue around your team is so often around the lineup and the big guys, for the right reasons, they're all great players. I think sometimes people sleep on the starting pitching of the Yankees, which has been really good of late. Is it fair to say that as the starters go for you guys, so go the wins?
Well, I think starting pitching sets the tone for any good team, and you know it's rare you find a really good team without quality starters, and we certainly have that. We feel like our entire pitching staff now, especially as we've gotten more guys back in the mix in the bullpen, we feel like we have a very capable pitching staff, and I think the numbers over the course of the year would certainly bear that out.
Booney, you've seen Stanton mature right in front of your eyes right here in New York. What are some of the qualities you've seen in his maturity and development this year?
I just see him further along in his ability to, eliminate the outside noise and really just focus in on what's my plan, what's my focus, how do I need to get ready, and then having the courage and the fortitude to just go out there every night, and I'm going to be disciplined to this process and know that ultimately if I do that correctly enough, I'm going to have a lot of success. And he's been incredible for us, and especially huge for us here the last couple months.
We got to ask you this because we asked Alex Cora, even though he gave us a straight Heisman and said he doesn't do it. The name of your fantasy football team and your results today, please, sir.
It's still going on. I think I'm in good shape, but I'm Boondog LA.
Boondog LA. Good luck to Boondog LA for the rest of the day. Thanks, Booney.
Thanks, man.
And a wave and a miss by Aaron Judge. Eduardo Rodriguez struck him out in both of his plate appearances. That's 6 strikeouts for Erod through 3 2/3.
We talked about the cutter and the changeup combination. The cutter is set up early, and then the wave on the changeups twice for the big down on the same pitch, the changeup. Looking in, getting away, a disconnected Aaron Judge swing.
He finished off Giancarlo Stanton with a slider in the second. Changeups to Judge tonight. Sliders to Stanton have been the kryptonite for much of the year, and not just against the Red Sox. 4-time All-Star has struck out against sliders more so than any other single pitch type.
Cut these lights off.
And now we're asking for time. Joe West is trying to get the attention of the grounds crew. Apparently there's lights on someplace. We don't know if it's a blinking light. Yeah, it's a fire alarm.
Things are hot here in Fenway.
Yeah, they're happening. It's going off in the luxury suites around the perimeter of the park.
And for Joe West, you see him there in his 43rd season of Major League Baseball umpiring, trying to end his career at the end of the year. His last hurrah here at Fenway Park. Joe West was at second base when Dave Roberts stole second against us, and he called him safe. One of the great characters of Major League Baseball.
And Aaron Boone going to figure out what the problem is here. It's clear you don't want those lights going off. Certainly a fly ball or something that gets into a player's line of vision could be potentially dangerous, so they're going to try to fix this thing before they resume play here. That's about the only thing that can slow down Giancarlo Stanton. 2 homers, 8 runs batted in 2 games in the series. The only other Yankee who's ever had back-to-back 4 RBI games at Fenway in the same series, Chuck Knobloch in 1998. Break down the homers And it's always with a lot of bells and whistles that you get to rewind on a Giancarlo Stanton home run. That one at 114 miles an hour. That was the grand slam from last night. By the way, no visiting player for any team has ever had 3 straight 4 RBI games at Fenway in one series. Meanwhile, the fire alarm conditions persist. There's also an accompanying noise. Do you hear that?
I do. I hear it.
It sounds like a bus backing up.
Sounds like my alarm in the morning.
Hey guys, one thing to notice when Giancarlo Stanton steps in the box is when he sets up in the batter's box and looks out at the starting pitcher with that closed stance, he'll lower the bill of his cap. And I asked him about that yesterday, and I said, are you trying to tunnel just to focus in and lock in on the pitcher? He goes, I'm not really tunneling and only looking at the pitcher. He said, but I'm trying to block everything out. He said, almost going back to COVID days where he just wants to have him versus the pitcher, the crowd not involved. It's obviously something that works really well for him. And Alex, it reminded me of someone you know well, former Yankee Andy Pettitte, who loved to do that sort of thing too, between his glove and the bill of his cap.
That's a good one, Buster, and he's doing a great job of focusing. This is the best Stanton has been since coming to New York, with 2 big home runs here. One to right center, and obviously the grand slam last night.
You guys wanted to stay with the same brand in a comp with a pitcher who tucked his cap down over his brow. I'd go right to Dave Stewart for that one.
Ooh.
Hey, they got the fire alarm off. A delay of just over 5 minutes. And a round of applause here at Fenway.
And for Erod, slowing down this Yankee Express. Judge and Stanton 0 for 3 with 3 Ks.
Hey, a reminder that Tuesday, our ESPN Plus matchup, a good one, wildcard implications. The A's are in Seattle to take on the Mariners, second of a 3-game set. Coverage begins at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. To get ESPN Plus, go to ESPNplus.com or download the app. A rocket up the middle that Arroyo redirects. Actually, the bag redirected it. Wow. Oh, hit me with the exit velocity reading on that one.
Well, a lot to unpack here. First, a changeup almost takes Erod's head off, and then it hits the bag for a base hit. Changeup, head, bag, base knock. Ping pong. Matt, he threw him a changeup. And he hit a changeup. 81 off the bat.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a much higher reading. It appeared that because of the ricochet. It looked like it was hit a little harder. So it's a 2-out single, and now Gallo. Three singles on the Yankees side of the card. A pair of singles for Boston tonight. 2 teams capable of hitting for power and extra bases, and nothing but station to station stuff so far. Joey Gallo's returns have been improving as a Yankee. Got off to a rough start after the trade from Texas. There were whispers about New York pressure, but Gallo has rounded into form here of late. And as Alex mentioned earlier, he's got some numbers against Eduardo Rodriguez. We talked to Aaron Boone about Gallo kind of getting it back together. And he talked about really a good relationship that's developed with Marcus Thames, the hitting coordinator, the hitting coach, one of the 2 hitting coaches with the Red Sox, or with the Yankees rather. Part of that key is limiting his stride.
Simplifying things, trying to make him a little bit lighter on that front foot, creating a more shorter and more compact stroke for Gallo.
The Yankees went back and reviewed a lot of previous tape of Gallo's when things were going right with the Rangers over the last few years in an effort to try to get back to that. There's Marcus.
Numbers are up, Matty, but strikeouts also up with 204 for the season. Major League record, Mark Reynolds with about 223.
First time he's gone down on strikes tonight. 7 strikeouts for Erod. David Ortiz joins us in a scoreless game from Boston next.
Come on, baby. What me and you? Dímelo, ¿cómo estás? Estamos bien, estamos bien. Bien, bien. Hey, why Correa got his pants down like that?
Quick question. What's a two-way player, and why isn't everyone doing it?
This program, it just has a different feel to it.
You beat me in home run derby every day in batting practice.
That is correct.
This is my daily use backpack right here.
What's the secret to the Buffalo?
There's no secret.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Telecast presented by Taco Bell. Scoreless game. Somebody needs to hit a big ball tonight. Homer. David Ortiz joins us in the broadcast booth. Good to see you, man. Thanks for coming in with us.
Good to see you guys. My boy hit me up on
Friday.
It was Friday. He was on his way here, but I was in the Dominican doing something, and I was going to come over this weekend to do things with the Red Sox. But he always checking up on me.
Let me guess, you were doing charity work someplace, and he was like out on a boat someplace in Italy?
I know. How about that?
Hey, Poppy, I want to know. I still go back to New York and get booed sometimes. How come you never get booed here?
I don't know. I think they like me a little right here.
We continue in a scoreless game as David joins us in the broadcast booth. No score tonight. David, I know you pay attention. I know you watch the Red Sox pretty religiously, and Rafi Devers with a knock the other way. So we have so many things to ask you about this current team. First of all, let's talk about Rafi Devers because he's on base setting the table here. This guy has pretty high ceiling.
Devers, I remember a couple of years ago, the Red Sox was playing against Miami, down in Miami, and I was sitting right next to Jeter. And I asked Jeter, what one of our player you like the most? He right away pointed at him. He was like, that kid, everything he hit is a missile. It's a solid hit. And he had that talent. And if I had to pick someone right now, it'll be him. That was a couple of years ago before COVID.
Poppy, I was telling Matt earlier how he reminds me a little bit of Robinson Cano. He has so much coverage. He can hit the ball to all parts of the field. He's going to get a little bit better hitting the fastball. But like Cano, hit the breaking ball very, very well. And there he goes, stealing second.
Well, the thing is that he's the type of hitter that his swing stay long in the strike zone. Once that happens, you have long light cover all over the diamond. So, I mean, I love his swing. And he's not the type of guy that had that golf swing that he's flat out to the strike zone like we always talk about.
And, Poppy, there you go. You see, this is what makes Alex Cora such a weapon late in September and in October. Nobody's thinking first move, nobody on, and he takes second. That's 100% Alex Cora and the Cora factor. Now the Red Sox are set up.
As you know, Alex is the type of manager that he's on top of every single detail. So those little things, he's always going to cover.
The Red Sox don't run a lot, but they pick their spots. They entered play 29th in all the baseball and stolen bases out. There's a shin burger for Xander Bogaerts.
Ouch, that hurts. Don't try that at home.
And that one hit him solid.
Concern, obviously, for Alex Cora, a guy that's considered really the linchpin of the lineup.
When he wakes up in the morning, there's going to be a knot the size of a golf ball, and that's not going to go away for about a week.
He's going to take a minute for that to go away.
He sends everybody back into the dugout, and Bogaerts is okay to continue. So I got to ask you, David, because you're around here a lot, around the team still. You come in and out of here. Are there young guys on the roster that try to pick your brain and say, hey, David, I'm struggling. What can you do for me?
Well, a lot of them we kind of text, because after the COVID, not many people are allowed to come into the clubhouse.
Right.
So, hey, right, you know how the games go. You know, the more details, the more game situation, the more communication that you get, especially with guys that have that type of experience, like Eva, like myself, and the guys that are not playing anymore. You gotta search for that. You need to get comfortable with those details, because the game of baseball is a game that you never end up learning everything. You know, you learn and learn and learn. We're still learning. We retired 5 years ago.
That's right. By the way, Xander's ankle's going to feel a little bit better.
Absolutely.
He still got up the line a little gingerly. Boston set up with runners at the corners now for J.D. Martinez. We talk so much about the rivalry, David, the Red Sox and the Yankees, and Alex has certainly weighed in on it from his perspective. Do you think it's as intense now as it was when you played?
Oh, wow.
J.D. lifts a fly ball down to left field. Gallo parks under it. Devers will tag up. He'll come in to score the first run of the night.
And Matt, excellent hitting from J.D. Martinez, and a brutal mistake by Gallo. That ball needs to come to second base. Instead, it comes to home plate, allowing Bogaerts to advance to second base.
Yeah, because he's far deep. He's far deep. I mean, it made no sense try to make that throw.
Yeah, Poppy, this ball, he should concede the run. This is an easy run. This ball should come to second base.
Yeah.
Instead, it comes to home.
He's in the warning track.
Needs to keep that double play in order, and does not.
Definitely. Well, back to your question. I mean, the intensity is still there. I mean, it never goes away. The minute you see those two jerseys competing against each other, it's something that never goes away. I mean, you see the crowd, you see the people. The only difference right nowadays than back in the day when we play and before us is that it was very intense. You know, like some people thought that what we got going on down there, it was personal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At that type of level. But reality is that the intensity is there. I love watching this series. It's unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable.
Yankees appealed to both bases, by the way, to no avail. And now we'll have a conversation on the mound with Matt Blake coming out of the Yankee dugout. It's also generational, right? Because, like, when you guys played, it probably was a little less intense than it was when Fisk and Munson were rolling around on the dirt. You know, it's a generational thing, right? The game doesn't get that nitty-gritty as it may have back then.
I agree with you. I mean, as the time goes by, I guess the intensity on the field is there. The intensity hitting wise and all the stuff, because remember, MLB have so many rules right now when it comes down to hitting a player that now everybody seems like everybody stay away from that. And back in our time and before, hitting was like, it was normal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Hitting the player, it was normal.
Hey, Poppy, we saw already the Cora effect with the stolen base. There's another opportunity for Bogaerts to steal third and try to steal another run. So Montgomery should be watching Bogaerts closely.
You know, the way they position the players now, you have a lot to do with that. A lot of players that they are not big time base stealer, they're going to take their chances. I mean, look at what the third baseman is at. Look at the shortstop what he's at. Now, you have the second baseman, you know, trying to keep the runner close. But it's different the way they position the player nowadays.
You guys have talked about the intensity of the rivalry. I got a story for you.
Hit us with it. What do you got?
Okay, so Alex told us early in the year that he has not spoken with Jason Varitek since this fight back in 2004. Right? They have not talked since then. Well, I talked to Jason Varitek yesterday and asked him about that, and he acknowledged that. And I said, well, it might be just you guys haven't had the right time, the right place to talk, right? And he looked at me and said, we played in the WBC together. They were teammates, and they still didn't talk.
Hey, Buster, as you know, some things are irreparable, and that's okay sometimes. Dahlbeck strikes out for the second time tonight.
I'm going to make that happen.
Oh, we got a peace broker here.
I got to make that happen. I got two of my boys, my good friends. I mean, I would say right now they spend time in different areas. That's why it haven't happened, but I made that happen.
Yeah, listen, I have so much respect for Jason Varitek, the captain. He did so much good work for you guys. And I've always said that hitting against the Red Sox, when he was behind the plate, he made a good pitcher great, and a great pitcher like Schilling and Pedro almost unhittable.
Yeah, Jason used to call some amazing games. I mean, this guy, I always used to make fun of him. Hey, your life is miserable. You got to be walking everywhere with 2 suitcases full of report. You know what I mean? Everywhere we travel, here come Jason with 2 suitcases just full of, you know, what they're going to do next series and stuff like that. I mean, he carried so much about his pitching staff back then. And even now, he's in the dugout.
Ball and no strikes. The count to Christian Arroyo. So right now you're busy on a number of fronts. I see you as a pitch man for a lot of products. You have your own line of cocktails. Is that what I saw? Like a Big Poppy soft drink? Is that what I saw?
And cigars.
Cigars.
Okay.
But you just give me an idea.
Hey, Poppy, I have a serious question. You know, you had Reggie Jackson missed October. But in my generation of 25, 30 years of being around Major League Baseball, I've never seen, and that's a teaser, Matt.
Well, stay tuned. A run is on the board. The sac fly by J.D. Martinez cracks the scoreboard through the end of 4. 1-0 Boston. More with David Ortiz as we continue. The Roberto Clemente Award recognizes one player who best represents the game through positive contributions on and off the field. Learn more about the nominees and vote at MLB.com/Clemente21. And we're here with the past recipient of the Clemente Award, David Ortiz, joining Alex and I in the broadcast booth. Who better to discuss Yankees Red Sox folklore than two guys who were right in the throes of it for so long in their careers, as Gleyber Torres leads things off in the 5th. Torres, Sanchez, and Gardner.
Poppy, I never thought I would say serious and Poppy the same question, but this is a serious question. I grew up with Mr. October being Reggie Jackson, the 3 home runs. But in my 25, 30 years of being around the league, I've never seen a player execute in October and be more of a clutch player. For the fans at home and for the kids watching and listening, what made you such a great clutch hitter? It seemed like every time you got the big hit.
Well, Layra, you know how we prepare to play the game. And one of the things that I used to work a lot on, it was my focus. I tried not to let anything bother me once I got to the on this circle, watching the guy in the mound, see what he was doing, facing the guy that was sitting in front of me, and a guy that the way they was approaching pretty much the whole game. So I always want to have an idea. I don't ever want to go with the empty mind. And once I lock my mind into it, it was a wrap. Like I mean, it was like it was no sound. It was like it was nothing going on but
in the zone.
In the zone. That's what I used to put myself at.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pop, I remember those way too well.
Yeah, here's a couple of moments. Game 4, the 2004 LCS, walk off against Paul Quantrill. Then Game 5, Feynman and Manny aboard. 10-pitch battle with Esteban Loaiza.
Yep.
And a base hit to win it. Part of that legendary 2004 ALCS.
Poppy, I got to tell you, these games, each one of these games were like marathons. It felt like a season within one game. There were 4, 5, 5.5 hour games. I would get home at night and I couldn't even feel my legs. How was it for you?
I believe you, because first of all, it was a cold night where, I mean, you don't want to be that long out there with that type of weather, but it was what it was. And the intensity, man. I mean, we brought so much attention while we were playing those close games. You know, the fans. I mean, this place got so loud, and it was enjoyable. Unfortunately, it wasn't for you.
It was not. It was not that enjoyable. Speak
First
for yourself.
walk of the night. Torres is aboard to lead things off.
Alex and David, so my question to you guys is about that 2004 series. You know, the first time a team ever came back from a 3-0 deficit. David and Alex, I want each of you to answer the question about when did you feel like this is turning and we are seeing something we've never seen before?
Well, I mean, for me, Buster, it was 2 moments. Game 4, I walked and I got to first base. Kevin Millar says, come on, these games are on national TV. Let us just win one. It'll be good for TV. It'll be good for the game. Come on, just let us win one.
He really said that?
He really did. Well, you know, Kevin will say anything.
Yeah.
And, of course, they win Game 1, and then they win Game 2 to make it, you know, 3-2. But, Buster, for me, the moment was when John Olerud dropped the knob of his bat into his foot and broke a small little bone in there. After the game, I saw him in the training room, and the doctor says, I think we may have lost him for the series. He was such a key part of our team then that's when I said, uh-oh, we can be in trouble. And, of course, you had Schilling and Pedro and Lowe kind of save back, you know, arrows in your quiver.
I'll tell you what, I saw Kurt Schilling getting surgery in the clubhouse. And it wasn't like somebody told me or I read about it. I saw it with my own eyes. He's getting caught up in a stitch in. And I was like, what was going on here? And then the man, a couple of days later, I guess it was like a day and a half later, he was in the mound pitching and dealing. To me, that was a turning point because he take his game to another level. Bleeding. I saw what happened a couple of days ago, and I was like, this is crazy. This is insane.
And, Matt, for me, there was also one more, Poppy. it took a little bit of a crazy bunch to break this kind of the curse and obviously the long hiatus between championships. But it was when Pedro Martinez and Buster, I don't know if you remember this, but he said, and if Babe Ruth comes back from the dead and I face him, I'll hit him in the head too. And that's when I said, these guys have no respect for the Yankees.
Yeah, he didn't say he would hit him in the head, by the way. Let's clarify that. We won't say what he said.
No, but that's what he meant.
Paraphrasing.
I don't think that when it comes down to hitting, Pedro know where it's going.
1-0 pitch to Brett Gardner's lined into center field. They're going to put the stop sign up on Gleyber Torres, and the Yankees on a walk and back-to-back singles have loaded the bases with nobody out.
Yeah, I remember Pedro say something like, I was smoking too.
And Dave Bush is going to come out for a visit with Eduardo Rodriguez, who's in trouble for the first time tonight. I mean, Erod sailed through the first 4 innings of this one. 7 strikeouts, scattered 3 base hits. But very quickly, the bases are loaded here with nobody out in the 5th. So Giovanni Urshela is the scheduled batter, and then it's the top of the Yankee lineup. We've talked about the Yankees' problem avoiding double play situations. Hansel Robles is up in the bullpen for Boston. I know the Yankee fans are optimistic that, you know, maybe Judge or Stanton would have an opportunity here with runners on base if this line can continue to move.
If you're Erod, you're looking for 2 things, either the punch out or you're looking for a ground ball double play. And with the double play, you'll trade a run for 2 outs.
Ball and no strikes to Urshela, who singled back in the 3rd. Urshela 3 for 10 with the bases loaded this year. You saw his career numbers on the screen a moment ago. The Yankees as a team hit .325 with the sacks full, and that ranks 3rd among all major league clubs. Erod nursing a 1-0 lead with the bases loaded and nobody out in the 5th. 2 balls and a strike.
If you're Urshela, you're thinking left center, right center, get the ball up in the air. Ideally, you want to get a run in, get Sanchez to 3rd base. Nothing but a ground ball to 3rd. Ground ball to 3rd, you can get an out at home plate.
2-2. The Yankees have been much better in this series with runners in scoring position than they have for the majority of the season.
That's that equalizer there, Matt. The backdoor cutter. Big pitch, making it 2-2.
Yeah, boy, that lands in the same spot as his changeup, and the difference that you talked about earlier on those 2 pitches, Alex, it's already given a few Yankee hitters a fit tonight.
This kid is very talented. Urshela.
A chopper for Arroyo. Gets one himself, and there's the double play. A run does score. The Yankees have tied it at 1 apiece, but that's a trade that Erod will make any day.
That's right, Matt. We're talking about 1 pitch, 1 run, 2 outs. The changeup set up by the cutter before, and Arroyo, well done. Pitcher's best friend, the double play.
So a run in with 1 out, DJ LeMahieu. Two away for DJ LeMahieu after the double play. We talked about the Yankees being good in this series with runners in scoring position, 6 for 18. As a team, they ranked 29th in baseball in that category. Hard to believe for a high-flying lineup like this one. 2-0.
the left-handed Rizzo on deck, so he's going to be very careful here with LeMahieu falling behind 2-0. Erod has been behind every hitter this inning.
His first 2-0 count of the night. Right back into 2 balls and a strike.
I can't believe he took that pitch.
I mean, right down Broadway.
Sanchez a runner at third with a run in. And LeMahieu flares the ball the other way. That's going to drive in the go-ahead run. Throw comes in wildly to first. Boston catches a break as it landed right at Vasquez.
Man, that guy is a professional hitter right there. Wow.
Little changeup away, hits it away, 86 miles an hour. And just a backbreaker. Rodriguez almost out of the inning. A good changeup, better hitting. And like Poppy said, a professional hitter indeed.
See, this is the type of thing that the fans need to pay attention to. He took that fastball and he swung at a changeup. What that tells you? He's looking for that changeup.
So here's Anthony Rizzo now with a run in on 3 hits in the inning.
And that's, Poppy, when we used to go back in the dugout and say, hey, takes a 2-0 fastball right down Broadway. Keep it a fastball. He's telling you he's looking soft.
Oh, yeah.
He gets soft, a great pitch, and hits it the other way.
He don't even flinch on the fastball.
Did not flinch.
The catcher should know that. He don't even flinch on the fastball. That tells you he's looking for that changeup.
Well, 2 of the 3 Yankee hits this inning have come against the changeup, so that there's definitely a sense for that.
They're sitting on it.
Visiting fans start to make a little noise and flex their muscles here at the Fens. Fastball taken for a strike.
And Matt, you can make an argument that this is a much more important game for the Yankees than the Red Sox. Of course, they have the Blue Jays and the Rays on their last 6. The Red Sox with a much more favorable schedule down the stretch.
That's a great point. I mean, look, I don't think Yankee fans want to rationalize it this way, but there's a distinct possibility that they could go 2-4 down the stretch. I mean, they're playing 2 teams that are the class of the American League. It's a soft landing for Boston, so strength of schedule really favors the Red Sox down the stretch. This is a very important night for the Yankees to try to finish off. 2-2.
Nasty.
And that was a 93-mile-an-hour sinker, maybe his best sinker of the night right there.
Nasty.
Disappearing.
Rodriguez trying to minimize the rally at 2 runs. And he'll do just that with his 8th strikeout of the ball game. David Ortiz, been awesome having you in the booth with us, Poppy. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'll let you boys.
A 2-1 lead for the Yankees. It's the 5th inning Fast Talk. Presented by T-Mobile. Head over to ESPN's Instagram Live now. Compete for cash every game with MLB Quick Pick presented by BetMGM. Make 7 pregame picks and compete to win. Restrictions apply. See rules and enter at MLB.com/QuickPick. A couple of runs in the Yankee half of the 5th have given Jordan Montgomery the opportunity to pitch with a lead for the first time tonight. And here in the bottom of the inning, he'll go to work on Alex Verdugo, Christian Vasquez, and Kike Hernandez.
Erod had an opportunity for a shutdown inning after the Red Sox score a run. Now the Yankees give Montgomery 2 runs. His opportunity for a shutdown inning. Falls behind 2-0 quickly here.
You know, the Yankees have won the last 5 games and allowed 3 or fewer runs in each. They've also won their last 5 games against Boston, allowing 3 runs or fewer in each of those games. Just as I was getting ready to say we're on a pace for a low-scoring pitchers duel, that one almost got hit out of the ballpark. I guess it's too early to make a statement like that. 2 balls and a strike to Alex Verdugo. Base hit the other way. Beat the shift. A lot of space between Urshela and the third baseline, and Verdugo took advantage.
With Verdugo, little fastball away here. Gets it away, hits it away. A little Wade Boggs reminder. Last time the Red Sox had a man on first base, they went first pitch. Anticipate the Yankees throwing over there maybe a time or 2.
Verdugo swiped 6 bags in 8 attempts this year. And the Red Sox as a team don't run a lot. But as Alex mentions, Devers stole the base back in the 4th, and that set up a run. So here's Christian Vasquez now lined out to left in his first at bat on a well-hit ball. That one well hit as well. LeMahieu with another fine play and a routine turn at second. There are 2 gone. DJ LeMahieu really shining at third base tonight.
LeMahieu looking more like Greg Nettles with the backhand. And great internal clock. The hard time securing the catch. The strike to Torres. Torres nice and relaxed. A strike to Rizzo. Turning what could have been a double into a double play.
2 gone, base is empty now for Kike Hernandez. Kike with the ball well hit to left off the monster. Gallo plays it well. And that's a very loud single for Kike Hernandez.
Little breaking ball doesn't do much. Kike all over it. Hammering it. 2 loud sounds. One off the bat, one off the metal.
And Kike's jumped the count twice on Montgomery tonight. Had a first pitch single to lead off the home half of inning number 1. And a first pitch single with 2 out here in the 5th. Here's Renfroe.
We look at this Yankee team and we talked about it wasn't a casting issue for the Yankees. They had the right actors. They had them in the wrong roles. And you look at LeMahieu, you look how comfortable, especially Torres looks at second base, both on the field and in the batter's box. Talking to Marcus Temps today during batting practice, he said when we brought Torres into the office to tell him that he was going to move over to second base. He said his face changed colors. He was so excited. And there was like a 2,000-pound gorilla that came off his shoulders. And the rest is history. Feeling and playing the way he should at the position where he belongs.
Well, you know, the Yankees had initially pushed back on the idea that the change of position was a part of the cause that Torres was suffering offensively from. I think they're kind of willing to accept the fact that maybe that wasn't right. Maybe he does feel better at second base. Maybe that does translate into better offensive profiling.
100%. It affects your play. There's no question. 27 errors as a shortstop over the last 2 years changes the entire way you come to the stadium, the way you feel about yourself. And it's not a different person. It's the same body with the same emotions, with the same heart that makes errors. You got to take that guy into the batter's box. And if you feel humiliated, if you feel like you're letting your team down, it's going to affect your confidence, which will affect your numbers.
It's a base hit back up the middle. Renfroe's aboard. Pushes his hitting streak to 8 straight. First and second with 2 gone.
Good approach all in here. Another breaking ball, a lazy one from Montgomery, and a rocket. Good approach there. Head down, foot down, right back up the box. The Red Sox with a much better approach this inning, hitting the ball the other way, thinking small, and hoping big things will happen. They're set up now for Devers.
We'll see Clay Holmes get to the ball game if Montgomery fails to retire Devers with 2 out, because I don't think they'll allow Montgomery a chance to face Bogaerts a 3rd time, given the track record that Xander has against him. So this conversation, perhaps in part designed to buy Holmes a little time.
And Matt, that's where I disagree with where the game is today. Montgomery has looked very, very strong. Only 67 pitches. There should be no need to take him out. Let him go past the 6th or 7th inning. If they score, so what?
You're not a little worried about the loud contact this inning? I mean, there's 3 rockets against him this inning.
I am, but I'm still watching the game, Matt. If he can get out of this inning here, I'm good. And it depends what happens with Devers. But you're right. Loud contact this inning.
So here is Devers. He has singled and scored Boston's run.
Matt, at some point, pitchers have to develop understanding how to get in and out of trouble. If you always come with the lifesaver, you're never going to develop the next Andy Pettitte, the next Roger Clemens, David Wells, Pedro Martinez, so on and so forth. You got to let these guys grow up and let them throw 110 pitches. That's what it's going to take to win a world championship. Every time these guys get in trouble, you can't come out and get another guy in there, another guy in there, another guy in there. That gets tiring and exhausting.
He's fallen behind Devers 2-0, despite the fact that K-zone 3D like that is a strike. Three singles in the inning. Verdugo was doubled off on the ground ball from Vasquez. 3 balls and no strikes. Xander Bogaerts is already singled in this game. That helped move the line along in that run scoring 4th. And he was the Boston hitter that Alex identified as a guy that was going to break out tonight. He might have a big opportunity coming up next.
The Zen master, Phil Jackson, in basketball would not call a timeout. Sometimes you got to let the game roll a little bit and see what Montgomery has. Is this the guy that we can depend in October? Well, this is a moment you want to see him mature and get out of it.
The 3-0 to Devers. A swing and a drive out to right field for Judge. On the track to retire the side. We played 5 complete in a still 1-run Yankee lead. Rafi Devers got a 3-0 green light with runners aboard and a starter in trouble and missed it by that much.
And a sigh of relief for Montgomery and the Yankees. With Bogarts on deck with great numbers off Montgomery. Devers doing the Yankees and Montgomery a favor.
Devers wanted to turn himself loose on 3-0. When he puts a 3-0 pitch in play, he was 7 for 13 with 3 homers. Fell just short there, and the Boston bullpen turns to Hansel Robles for the top of the 6th inning to face Judge, Stanton, and Gallo.
And Matt, not all numbers are created equal.
First pitch to Aaron Judge out to left field for Verdugo at the monster makes the catch.
When you look at Devers 3-0, I know he has numbers, but it's left on left. Montgomery's on the ropes. He's hanging by a thread, and your best hitter's behind you, which would create a bases loaded situation. Pass the baton like the Yankees did yesterday, setting up Stanton in a similar matchup, left against right. But Devers chooses the more aggressive approach. Good swing. By the way, a home run in probably 29 of the other ballparks except this one.
Felt like they were a few pitches away from knocking the starter out of the game in the middle of that inning and perhaps keeping the inning alive. Here's Stanton now with 1 gone. So given Judge and Stanton's struggles, career struggles against Eduardo Rodriguez, they are among the most pleased to see anybody else but the Red Sox left-hander out there. And Erod exits trailing despite not having yielded an extra base hit and striking out 8. Hansel Robles working in back-to-back nights in the series. Pitched 2/3 of an inning yesterday. He allowed an inherited runner to score on a wild pitch. And is now a ball and 2 strikes on Stanton. One out, bases empty, and a 1-run Yankee lead in the 6th.
Matt, the Yankees have Clay Holmes ready, the right-hander, ready to come and face the right-handed Red Sox hitters. But for me, Montgomery, 71 pitches, 4 strikeouts, no walk. Why not let him go out there for an inning or 2? You got to start developing these young guys. 28 years old, 6'6", 228 pounds, strong as a bull. Let it eat.
Stanton chases and a strikeout makes for out number 2.
Good slider here. 90 miles an hour. Good spin, good depth. Stanton looking fastball, getting slider. Disconnected.
Yeah, we've said it a couple times. That's the Stanton kryptonite, the slider. He struck out on sliders twice tonight.
Alex, I'll take a shot at answering your question about making the change to the bullpen. It's something Aaron Boone told us before the game. They really feel like they've been in essentially playoff mode for a while, digging themselves out of this hole, and it really does feel like they've gone out to out, batter to batter.
That's fine, Buster, but I think that in order to win a world championship, you're going to run out of pitchers. You got to have your best pitchers are usually the starters. Let them pitch an extra inning. Is much harder to string along 4 or 5 guys from the bullpen and not one of them not have a bad night. I'm a big believer, and you have to let the starter go into the 6th and 7th inning.
Good pickup by Dahlbeck, makes for a 1-2-3. Hansel Robles offered 6th. The 6-month grind has culminated for one team to advance. Let's go! The spotlight is at its brightest right now.
The man that paved the way for many legendary players from the Dominican Republic was Ozzie Virgil Sr. Not only was he the first Dominican in the majors in 1956, but he was also the first black player to play for the Detroit Tigers. He said it was hard being ignored by both white and black people who don't consider Latinos as black, saying that us, the Latinos, have to stick together.
MLB celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month by recognizing the contributions made to our game by the Latino baseball community, past and present. Follow at Las Mayores and at MLB, and visit LasMayores.com for full coverage. Clay Holmes is the new Yankee pitcher. He will work the bottom of inning number 6 to a group of right-handed hitting Red Sox. Bogarts, Martinez, and Dahlbeck scheduled. Holmes has been very good between the Yankees and the Pirates in particular ever since coming to the AL East. 5-1 with an ERA under 2 in 20 appearances since joining the Yankees.
Sinker, slider, curveball. Opponent slugging .262 versus that sinker.
I think another reason why Aaron Boone wanted to go to the bullpen here, back to our earlier discussion, is that he's watched Xander Bogaerts too many times beat him up when he faces a pitcher for the 3rd time. When he does that, or when he's given the opportunity to do that, he's got an OPS over 1,000 And that ranks 8th in all of baseball. So he changes up the look with the right-hander Holmes here in the last of the 6th. And has Bogaerts out in front.
Guys, I think there's no doubt the Max Scherzer Trey Turner trade is going to go down as one of the best in history and the one talked about the most from the 2021 deadline. But the Yankees trade for Clay Holmes has been tremendous for them. Right-handed hitters this year against them, just a .213 slugging percentage. And there certainly were folks in the Pirates organization who I spoke to after that deal was made who talked about this guy could have an impact for the Yankees.
And Bogaerts went around.
And Holmes with a filthy slider here. Very rarely do you see a guy like Bogaerts with a check swing like that. Tight and effective slider, 90 miles an hour from Holmes.
J.D. Martinez drove in Boston's run with a sac fly back in the 4th. There's a bit of an unknown commodity here, too, between Clay Holmes and the Red Sox, because only 3 Boston hitters had ever faced him before tonight. And it's kind of hard to find guys in this rivalry who you can say that about because there's so much familiarity. An uneasy pass that time from Martinez. It's 1-1.
Alex, how are you reacting as a pitcher when you see a swing like that?
Well, I mean, the slider is devastating. Obviously, they're not picking up spin, Bogaerts and Martinez. So slider is the pitch to watch.
Fouls off a fastball that time.
There's a sinker. You're thinking slider. Here comes 99 with movement. Martinez can't hit it. Sanchez can't catch it.
Back to the slider to strike him out. Back-to-back punch-outs for Clay Holmes in the 6th.
And back to the slider, Matt, like you said, 89 this time. Set up by a 99-mile-an-hour sinker. And then the slider on top of it. It is tight, and it disappears.
Clay Holmes has thrown 8 pitches, and he's gotten 4 swings and misses against 2 all-star caliber players. And here's Bobby Dahlbeck now, who has struck out twice tonight.
Holmes, a 9th rounder out of Alabama. And I got to tell you, with the way Severino looked last night, throwing 2 innings, and the stuff that Holmes is facing here tonight, a guy like Chapman, as good as he's looked last night, even though he gave up the home run to Dahlbeck late, the fastball and the split combination was devastating.
Dahlbeck behind 0-2.
Did you guys see the movement on that pitch? Good Lord.
I mean, it is sinking. Bowling ball sinker, 98. Look at the right turn here.
You're right. It was a hard right.
Oh, man.
Look out for your hips. Dahlbeck behind 0-2. What up, Holmes? Clay Holmes strikes out to side on 11 pitches. We see you.
Who is this Cruella? I guess you must hate her. There's something about poetic justice that's just so poetic.
Add Disney's Cruella to your Blu-ray and digital collection.
You designed this. You did. I fixed it.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, telecast presented by Taco Bell. Well, Clay Holmes made his 21st appearance as a Yankee in the last half inning, and for the 4th time, he struck out the side in order.
As good as stuff as we've seen all year. Sinker at 99 and a wipeout slider around 90. Making Red Sox hitters look like high school hitters with the check swings and missing balls by a foot.
Well, you're talking about a really potentially intriguing postseason weapon in Clay Holmes. And as we learned most recently in the 2019 World Series with the Washington Nationals, it doesn't matter what your bullpen does in April, May, June, July, or August, as long as you get it right for September and October. And it would appear the Yankees are trending in that direction. From the Boston bullpen, it's Garrett Richards to work the top of the 7th inning. Torres, Sanchez, and Gardner here for the Yankees.
And we saw Richards earlier this year on Sunday Night Baseball as a starter. Fastball, slider, curve, and a changeup.
Well, the longtime Angel started the season in the Boston rotation. He has had some success as a reliever. This is his 15th relief appearance. He's got a 1.23 bullpen ERA this year. Much more success working out of the bullpen as compared to the way he started the season in the rotation. Last time out for Garrett was Tuesday. Gave up a solo homer to Pete Alonso. That after not having allowed an earned run over his previous 5 outings.
Matt, you know what I love about Garrett Richards' story this year is that we know that a lot of pitchers were affected by the crackdown on the sticky stuff. And Garrett Richards acknowledged it was an adjustment for him after that crackdown came, and he found a way. Like, he found a repertoire that would work for him. Was essentially making up pitches as he went along this season, and has been excellent out of the pen.
He's had a lot of success with his curveball this year. There's one hit hard up the middle. Red Sox were in the right spot with Arroyo on the shortstop side of the bag.
Arroyo perfectly positioned right behind the mound. The strike to first. The challenge for Aaron Boone when you have a weapon like Holmes is at what point do you use the queen on the chessboard? Because there's nobody that can come, including Chapman, with better stuff than what we just saw. 3 up, 3 down, 3 strikeouts. And that's the challenge with taking Montgomery out an inning early.
You're not suggesting that he take the closer's role.
No,
it's just when in the setup game do you deploy him?
You know, if you look at the 96 Yankees, they had the best pitcher in the entire staff pitching the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th. His name was number 42, Mariano Rivera, right? And then he handed the ball to Wetland. But in this case, you have a situation with Holmes and Severino. The 2 righties can set up Chapman, the closer.
He still looks like he's in game mode.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you
get another inning out of him? 0-2 the count to Gary Sanchez. One out, bases empty in a 1-run game, top half of the 7th. Got him on 3 pitches.
And Holmes talking about nastiness. The sliders. And then the right-hand turn on the sinker. Back to the slider. Sinker. Slider. And both pitches unhittable. 199 sinker bowling ball making a right turn, a 90-mile-an-hour slider making a left turn. And he looks like he's still in game mode. I can see him coming back facing Arroyo. The Yankees double barrel in the bullpen with the lefty and the righty for Verdugo and Vasquez. So, Buster, to your point, Aaron Boone managing like a postseason game, double barrel, ready to go.
Ball and no strikes. The count to Brett Gardner as Wandy Peralta and Joely Rodriguez are up in the Yankee bullpen.
You wonder with the left-handed hitting Verdugo coming up the next inning if Holmes maybe one more batter.
That's a pretty good guess.
And in between innings, you saw Aaron Boone come out and talk to crew chief Joe West. And I think the conversation was, does the 3-batter rule still exist with him sitting down in between innings? Because the way you're set up now, you can have him come out and maybe come out after one batter.
Richards falls behind now. 3 balls and no strikes to Brett Gardner. Richards worked quickly to retire Torres and then strike out Sanchez. Falls behind here with 2 gone. Back in the count, 3-1.
So, Matt, he already faced 3 batters. He struck 3 out. So he can actually come out, face 1 batter, and he's good to go.
Gardner wants to clarify the count with Joe West. 3 balls and a strike. Yankee hitters have struck out 10 times tonight. Gardner sends a fly ball the other way for Verdugo. And a 1-2-3-7 from Garrett Richards keeps it a 2-1 game. Everybody loves baseball traditions, so stay tuned for the 7th inning stretch brought to you by Jim Beam. Well, it's been a fun one so far tonight. DJ LeMahieu has done his part defensively to keep it a one-run ball game. 2-1 Yanks. And on the other side of the scorecard, DJ cashing in with the go-ahead RBI in the 5th. And no sooner do we get to talk about how good Clay Holmes has been than Aaron Boone goes to the bullpen. The Red Sox had Travis Shaw ready to pinch hit. And for him, it'll be Joely Rodriguez out of the New York bullpen. A quick pitching change break. We'll be right back. Well, finally, something that Red Sox fans and Yankees fans can agree on. Beer. Congratulations, gentlemen. A perfect pyramid.
According to StatCast, there are 21 dead soldiers in that pile.
We do have some changes to post for you as a new pitcher has been inserted by the Yankees. It's Joely Rodriguez. That move made after Alex Cora announced a pinch hitter. Travis Shaw was announced, and now it's Jose Iglesias pinch hitting for the pinch hitter. Iglesias, Verdugo, and Vasquez. And the former Angel gets on top, 2 balls and no strikes. Iglesias was released by the Angels earlier this month. Despite a good season's worth of work there, did not fit into the future plans. And he was quickly signed by his original employer. Broke in with the Red Sox. And he's aboard on a pinch hit knock. That's going to be almost was the first extra base hit of the game. Iglesias threw on the brakes around first, and wisely so. Well, he looked like he was thinking double out of the box. And then caught how cleanly Gallo played that in left. And gave himself a stop sign.
Good baseball all the way around. Great hitting here by Iglesias coming off the bench. Fastball ready, gets one and hammers it. And comes out of the box running hard. And a great play by Gallo with a bare hand and the strike to second.
Oh, he's out at second base if he tries that.
Indeed. And both managers here, Matt, playing a little chess, right? If getting Travis Shaw out there just for the purpose of getting Clay Holmes out of the game is a great bunt here. This is a base hit.
Verdugo drags the bunt single, and the Red Sox have something cooking here in the 7th.
And this is the Alex Cora effect. playing small baseball. Drag bunt, Verdugo fired up. Brings it with him. Perfectly executed. Once you get it past the left-handed pitcher, is a base hit. And again, it goes back by showing Travis Shaw, forcing Aaron Boone to get Holmes out of the game. Holmes, 11 pitches, 9 strikes, 3 strikeouts. Red Sox are thrilled that Holmes came out of that game.
And now Christian Vasquez, and before digging in, he'll visit with third base coach Carlos Fablis as we repost the big picture here. Red Sox and Yankees in a dead heat atop the wild card standings board. After tonight, only 6 games left for each side.
What are you doing, Alex?
I'm bunting, and I'm bunting right to DJ LeMahieu, advancing to second and third. And then Chad Green will come in to face Kike Hernandez. Vasquez has one thing on his mind: lay the bunt down right to LeMahieu, force him to make the play.
I don't know that it's an automatic that Vasquez is bunting here. I'll tell you why. He's got 8 sack bunts in almost 2,200 career plate appearances.
Did you say 9? This is 10.
Okay, here we go. I mean, if he swings away, Anthony Rizzo's he's in danger.
Well, Rizzo reminds me now of Keith Hernandez and Mattingly back in the 80s. This is exactly what the other first basemen used to do, is intimidate the hitter. And as a hitter, you're taught, if he comes in too much, pull it back and slash it by him. And the hitter has that choice.
Rizzo creeps back in. First pitch home. And that's a pitch from a guy perhaps anticipating a bunt attempt.
Yeah, and in today's game, you're not equipped to field a bunt, cleanly. That was something back in the game you had to do. It was a must. Today, with no bunting, if you're a team that actually can execute the bunt, you have an enormous competitive advantage.
Of the 8 career sack bunts for Vasquez, one of them has come this year. Again, you're talking about a guy with a ton of plate appearances. And it's something he just hasn't done very often. See if they try it here on a 1-0 pitch. That one skips away from Sanchez.
And Sanchez, as criticized as any catcher in baseball, nothing you can do here. And the problem is, when you're in one knee, you limit your range of motion. Look, if you're Tony Pena, you can get down in 2 knees. But if you're Gary Sanchez, you need the athleticism, especially in times like this. You cannot be in one knee and limit your range of motion.
Well, that was a wild pitch that's hung on Rodriguez, but it has been a rough final month of the regular season defensively for Gary Sanchez. September 9th, a misplay at the plate on Jonathan VR cost him a run. September 16th, a strike away from sweeping Baltimore, and a pitch got away, thrown by Clay Holmes. The Yankees would end up losing that game in extra innings. 2 days later, a pop-up that gets away from him. Still a work in progress defensively, though in his defense, that was an awfully tough wild pitch to corral a moment ago. Tough to hang that one on Gary.
Indeed, and with no outs, Aaron Boone choosing to play the corners in, middle of the infield, playing halfway.
2 balls and a strike.
On a shallow fly ball, you have strong arms all the way around the horn in the outfield. Gallo, Gardner, and Judge. Judge playing a very shallow right field. But expect the Red Sox to be aggressive on any fly ball. Great speed on the bases.
2-1 pitch is hit in the air out to medium right center.
And this throw should go to third base.
Judge makes the catch. Throw comes to the plate where it's too late. Verdugo, however, not advancing from second. Boston has tied it on the Vasquez sac fly.
And a missed opportunity for the Red Sox. Verdugo should be standing at third base. If you're Verdugo, you're watching and reading Aaron Judge. The minute he throws home, you got to step in the accelerator and be standing at third base. A missed opportunity for the Red Sox.
A run in with one away, a runner at second. As you take a look at the run scoring once again, Iglesias scampering home. That ties it. That knocks Joely Rodriguez out of the game as Aaron Boone wants Chad Green. A pitching change, and we'll be right back.
It's a good day to start something new. To brush away gray in 5 easy minutes. To put yourself out there and always put your best face forward. Just for men, mustache, and beard.
Boston has tied it with a lone run here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. They've got the go-ahead runner aboard at second base in scoring position with one gone. And to try to keep it tied, Aaron Boone has made another change as Chad Green relieves Joely Rodriguez. Green making his 64th appearance of the year. Those numbers are in check. The problem has been the long ball. 14 homers allowed by Chad Green. 9 of them have either tied the game or given up the lead. Kike Hernandez has a couple of singles. Both of them have come on first pitches tonight. He takes a first pitch strike here.
And you'll see Torres keeping Verdugo very close at second base. Verdugo has a green light, looking to steal third base, which would draw the infield in from the Yankees. Green, 2 pitches, fastball, curveball.
Fastball fouled away, and it's 0-2.
Verdugo here with a lost opportunity, a missed opportunity. With the fly by the Judge, you're thinking about one thing. If that throw comes home, I'm taking off to third base, and I'm going to be standing there. He sees the throw, and he stays standing at second base.
"15 hits tonight, all of them singles. The Yankees and Red Sox played a game like this back on August 17th. The Yankees were the home team and didn't hit in the bottom of the 7th, so it was 6.5 completed innings, no extra base hits. And here we are in the bottom of the 7th inning tonight. No extra base hits. But no less compelling a game. Got him looking.
And Joe West with a very kind strike zone for Green and the Yankees. A ball that obviously misses the plate by a lot.
Wow.
And not much Kike can do with a pitch like that. Great discipline, very good eye, and an unfortunate call from the crew chief, Joe West.
Cowboy Joe says, get long. Going to have a pinch hitter for Renfroe. Kyle Schwarber's Red Sox career got off to a late start after he was acquired from the Cubs. But once activated off the injured list, he has made a big-time impact in Boston. Alex Cora choosing this as the time to deploy his biggest left-handed bat off the bench. Schwarber on the first pitch sends it in the air, slicing in foul territory. It comes back, and LeMahieu can't finish with the catch. On what has been such a great defensive night for DJ, one that he just can't play.
And that's the second ball that's been dropped. Infield balls in this series. One by Boston and now LeMahieu. That ball started over the dugout and faded all the way back.
So it's 0-1 to Kyle Schwarber. Charged LeMahieu with an error on that drop foul pop. Maybe another chance for him. No, this one's going to get into the seats, and it's 0-2.
Alex, you mentioned that other drop pop in the infield earlier in this series. That was actually missed by Schwarber.
Yep. Here it is right here. With the shift and three infielders on the left side, Schwarber was all alone looking for help. Did not get any help. And Buster is so loud in the field. Sometimes you can't hear, and sometimes you think you hear something that you didn't.
Ball and 2 strikes to Kyle Schwarber. Well, Buster was talking about the big deal that the Dodgers made with the Nationals, getting Trey Turner and Max Scherzer. Nobody can deny that one's impact. That'll probably go down as the deadline deal of the year. Starling Marte to Oakland, a big one for the A's. Schwarber to the Red Sox has paid all kinds of dividends. In fact, if you just grade it by OPS after the deal, Schwarber's acquisition the best at 949 OPS since joining the Red Sox.
And Matt, Alex Cora told me it's like Kyle Schwarber's been here forever in terms of his comfort level and how he's related to the other players on the team.
Two pitches hit in the air out to shallow left. Gallo on the move for it.
Oh boy.
Oh no, he dropped it! Throw into second base is in time to get Schwarber, but not before Verdugo could score, and that's how the Red Sox have taken the lead. Oh man, a pair of drop pop-ups in the same plate appearance, the last of which scores the go-ahead run. And just when we thought we'd seen everything in a Red Sox-Yankees game. Well, if you're wondering about the conditions tonight in regards to the 2 drop fly balls, there are none.
Yeah, and the question is, how do you drop 2 pop-ups in less than 3 minutes with the season on the line?
And you're talking about 2+ defensive players in DJ LeMahieu and Joey Gallo,
who have played stellar defense, Matt, tonight.
I mean, each of those guys are Gold Glove winners. So it's a 1-run lead for Boston as Urshela, LeMahieu, and Rizzo bat here in the 8th against Garrett Richards, who continues after his scoreless 7th. Defensive changes for the Red Sox. Kyle Schwarber stays in the game. He takes over in left. That moves Alex Verdugo to right. And Jose Iglesias, the guy they used to call Havana Magic in Anaheim, takes over at second base for Arroyo.
And you got to go back to Alex Cora's move, putting in Travis Shaw. Aaron Boone takes the bait and takes Holmes out. And every player and every fan was thrilled when Holmes was cleared. 11 pitches, 9 strikes, 3 strikeouts. And that's the part sometimes where I think numbers can be overwhelming. You think about a guy like Joe Torre. He had Mariano Rivera. It didn't matter if it was left, right, switch hitter. Mariano Rivera was the best pitcher of that 96 team. He was going to pitch against anybody. When you see a guy like Holmes, let it ride. You have a day off tomorrow, 11 pitches. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. Let him face Shaw.
And there's ball 4 to Giovanni Urshela. It's the second walk of the game.
Matt, you mentioned there's no effect with the wind. This is just a drop by the Gold Glover. With Gallo, when you run flat-footed, which Gallo was, that ball starts bouncing on you, and you knew he was in trouble right here. And fly balls do not have bad hops, but you create bad hops on fly balls if you're running flat-footed, because that ball starts bouncing. You don't see it well, and that's exactly what happened. 2 fly balls botched in less than 3 minutes. Unbelievable.
So here's LeMahieu now. He's got 2 hits.
Hey, Matt. Remember when Alex Cora told us it was just another Sunday? Have you seen him react to a play like that?
Yeah.
During a game?
That's a great point. As Tyler Wade has taken over at first base, pinch running for Urshela. Certainly not any other Sunday. Closer at first base this time. I mean, is there a chance that both of those fly balls, maybe more true of Schwarber's second one, the one out to left, that they got above the lights?
No,
you hear guys say that's when I got in trouble, when it got into the light. My eyesight got into the lights itself. But I don't know. I'm trying to think of excuses for 2 really good defensive players. I mean, you just chalk it up to weird flukes.
I think when Clay Holmes came out of the game, the energy switched. And Boston said, here we go, we have a shot.
Well, for Yankee fans, I mean, look, you need look only far back as last night to see a situation similar. When yesterday New York was down a run in the 8th, and after Tanner Houck had struck out Urshela and Odor, he walked Gardner and Judge. Then the hit by pitch to Rizzo. We've talked about this tonight a couple times. Then Stanton hit the slam. So you're into a similar part of the Yankee lineup in almost exact same situation. It started in the 8th inning yesterday with 2 out and a pair of walks. It's a leadoff walk in the 8th here. The Boston bullpen has 9 losses this year when leading after 7 innings. And that's tied for the 3rd most in baseball.
Hey guys, you see Tyler Wade leading off at first base as the Red Sox meet at the mound. This year, opposing base runners stolen 7 bases in 8 attempts against Garrett Richards.
Yesterday, the key stolen base was Gardner. With Judge on the plate, changed the complete, complexity of that lineup where basically ties the game. Of course, he walks, Rizzo gets smoked, and then the blast from Stanton. But if you're the Yankees, the matchup you want is Judge, who's in the hole, has great numbers against Richards. 5 for 7 with 4 singles and a double.
Kyle Schwarber, by the way, is playing so deep and so shaded to center field and left that a ball into the corner could score Wade from first. 2 balls and a strike to LeMahieu. We'll give you some perspective on where Kyle is as we open up this shot. I mean, there is all kinds of space in left field to his right.
They play LeMahieu like a left-handed pull hitter.
Got a pair of right-handers up in the Boston bullpen behind Richards. 3 balls and a strike.
What are you doing with the runner, Alex?
Right now, I am holding him because DJ LeMahieu has the tendency to take 2-0, take 3-1. So this is not an automatic run and hit. So I just sit tight. Once you get to 3-2, then you run Wade.
Yankees have hit into 2 double plays tonight. 3 balls and a strike. Wade's running. Throw down from Arroyo is in time to get him.
And Buster, that's exactly why I do not run him 3-1. You have to know your players. DJ loves to take 2-0, 3-1, trying to induce the walk and pass the baton. Well, he does just that. Has no intentions of swinging the bat and leaves Wade hanging on a thread.
We had to wait to see that Nick Lenz, the second base umpire, actually saw the ball in the glove of Bogaerts. Wow, that looked closer than we thought at the time.
And Matt, this is kind of a mistake and a very dangerous play there for Wade and a close play. But if you're LeMahieu and you know that Wade is running, it is on you that if that ball is in the zone, you have to swing the bat. You cannot concede it because there you go.
Wow. What would have been first and second, runner at first now with 1 gun. Did it not look to you on that replay like if Tyler Wade had chosen to slide to the outside corner of the bag, he might have had a chance to beat the throw?
Indeed. First of all, you always want to go in and go in low and go in hard. And it looked like he was confused.
Yeah.
Almost like he thought it was ball 4. And you should never anticipate ball 4. You should go in hard and don't take anything for granted. He actually slowed down before that.
You know what I think happened? I think Jose Iglesias sold him on some body language because he didn't drop down for a slide. You're right. He thought it was ball 4. I don't know what Iglesias was doing behind him, but I think Iglesias might have sold the fact that it was ball 4 to him, and Wade, he aborted the slide.
And first, that's very possible. And Iglesias is the kind of player that would do that, but he's very heads up. But if you're Wade, you should not care about Iglesias. He's not your friend. You go in like Ricky Henderson and go balls to the wall and slide hard, and you do not stop until the umpire says ball 4 or strike 2.
So 1 out, 1 on now for Anthony Rizzo, who's hitless tonight. Rizzo had a couple of hits in the opener on Friday, 0 for 3 in game 2 yesterday. Judge next, Stanton in the hold. A ball and a strike.
You know, if you're Wade and you are brought in to run, you have to run, you have to slide and not take anything for granted. You cannot go down with that mini slide. A, you're out, and B, you can get hurt.
Yeah. It to me looked very much like he picked up something out of the corner of his eye on his way to second base that Iglesias was doing. This will give us a better view of it. Maybe not. Iglesias was simply following the line for the throw to back up.
Indeed, and the number of mistakes that the Yankees have made, mental mistakes over the last 20 minutes, including Booney's. Because if DJ LeMahieu, his goal is to walk there and make sure Richards throws another strike, then Wade has to sit still.
Rizzo lines a shot out to right field. That's into the gap and past Verdugo. LeMahieu being held at third, and the Yankees are in business in their half of the eighth. And finally, an extra base hit tonight.
Good hitting here. Little cut fastball gets too much of the plate, and Rizzo smokes it.
Alex Cora isn't waiting around. He has signaled for a pitching change, so that'll be all for Garrett Richards. He'll exit with runners at second and third and one gone. Boston goes to the bullpen. We'll be right back.
What the hell happened to my face? Guess who's back again? I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Shut up. Why would I go back to a visual medium? I could have done a podcast. Look out.
It's a good day to start something new. To brush away gray in 5 easy minutes. To put yourself out there and always put your best face forward. Just for men, mustache and beard.
ESPN's telecast of Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Well, decision time in a one-run game with runners at second and third and one gone. Adam Ottavino is the new pitcher.
And Cora has a decision to make here. You can either pitch to Judge, which it looks like they are, bring the infield in, or walk him to face Stanton and play for a double play.
Aaron Judge hitless so far tonight. Infield in for Boston. Judge had a first inning double in the opener Friday night. He has been hitless in the series since. I mean, as tough as Judge is, do you really want to give Stanton another bases loaded opportunity in this series? I mean, he's been the guy for the Yankees here this weekend. So much great intrigue here. Of course, Ottavino, a New Yorker, a former Yankee, sent to Boston in a surprising offseason deal. The 1-1. Ball and 2 strikes to Judge.
Great slider here. Judge not picking up the ball well. You can expect a few more of those. Ottavino looking for the punch out. And you got 2 pitches to put him away before you get to full count.
And finally, Judge wants to take time. The inning began with Urshela drawing a walk. Tyler Wade pinch ran. He was thrown out trying to steal second. LeMahieu walked. And then Anthony Rizzo doubled on, by the way, what was the hardest hit ball off his bat in the StatCast era. That's dating back to 2015. Infield still in on 1 and 2. Ottavino's next offering is popped up. Dahlbeck creeping up, and he can't make the catch. Boy, oh boy. Bobby thought he was a little closer to the fence than in fact he was.
And Dahlbeck showing his lack of experience at first base. The first thing you want to do is sprint, find the wall, and then catch. He was feeling for the wall, and that was the mistake. Always know your real estate, find the wall, get established, and you control the fly ball. He has no idea where the fence is right there.
Well, a drop pop-up in the previous half inning on the other side of the field led to a rally, as the Yankees hope that the same can take place here.
DJ LeMahieu should be running on contact at third base.
Now, you talked about the decision that the Red Sox need to make here. It's clear that they're choosing to face Judge. Stanton next, and he has been a monster in the series and hot of late. Maybe that's the decision. They get Judge. Do they walk Stanton to face Gallo?
That's a great one. He's a little bit different. I mean, Ottavino right on right is much tougher than the lefty.
Yeah.
That Stanton hit the home run off.
And there's nobody up in the bullpen for Boston. This is Ottavino's mess to get out of. Judge just gets a piece of that to stay alive.
Matt, did you see how Alex Cora, the Red Sox manager, called out to the bullpen for Ottavino? He gave the motion of, give me the tall guy.
I did see that.
And the slider that he got away with one. That's not the slider that Ottavino wants. This could have been a 3-run homer. Now, if you're Ottavino, you throw 2 more, but you bury it. 7th pitch of the at-bat. You want to come back and bury the slider.
Judge has fouled off 3 straight in 4 of the last 5.
You just threw your worst slider. Now go out and execute your best slider, and you put him away.
The next 1-2. Got him! The foul tip that Vasquez couldn't hang on to. So it's a foul ball, and Judge is still alive. Oh, missed opportunity there. Not once, but twice in this at-bat.
And sure enough, he missed it. Here's the fastball.
Oh, he mishandled. Was that on the transfer, though? I mean, he catches it there, and it comes out of his glove on the transfer.
I mean, that looks like
a strikeout.
That looks like a good catch. Oh. And if it was a double play transfer, that would be an out. I'm surprised that there's no challenge here, because he looked like he caught that fair and square. Aaron Judge doing his best impersonation of a cat with 9 lives. And of course, you can't review that play.
And Judge cashes in, taking advantage of the second and third chances. 2-run score. The Yankees go back on top.
Aaron Judge, too good. Another fastball. This time center cut. And Aaron Judge waiting for it. And Matt, Aaron Judge, too good of a hitter, too good of a player to give him that many chances on the third try. It was a charm for Aaron Judge and the Yankees.
Well, the Yankees are now checking on Judge. Something happened at the end of that play that drew the attention of the Yankees dugout. Tending to his left hand.
And Matt, anytime you're 6'7", 282 pounds, he's sliding head first is always a cringing experience for the Yankees. Sometimes you can jam a finger or a shoulder. The first thing at risk are your hands.
You see that left pinky, the way it bent down when he hit the bag? Maybe that was what they were looking at.
But whatever it is, he doesn't want to come out of the game. He's telling Aaron Boone, look at Brian Baldinger's pinky. You think it stopped him in life? I'll be fine. I'm telling you, I cannot recall a game where second and third chances have come back to haunt opponents in back-to-back innings the way we've seen it tonight. Alex, a drop pop-up, a missed chance that Dahlbeck had to retire Judge, and then what looked like a foul tip that Vasquez actually caught that was called as a drop. Here are the chances. Dahlbeck thinking he was closer to the wall than he was. And then this was the strikeout pitch that for us, Vasquez has possession of that, and he drops it on the transfer when he wanted to throw it back. That should have been a strikeout.
100%. And then the third time is a charm for Aaron Judge, getting a fastball, this time ready for it, on top of it.
Boy, and this just smells like it might have the potential to unravel here, because now it's Stanton with 2 runs in and Judge at second base. Consider the only out of the inning, Alex, came on a caught stealing.
High pressure situations get unusual results, and we're seeing that from both teams. High pressure.
Stanton is homered again! Santamaria! 3 homers, 10 runs batted in this weekend at Fenway. And unravel it has.
In a cement mixer, slider that did not do anything. Another towering, ballistic blast. And then look at the bat flip. Tremendous.
Oh, man. When that guy gets a hold of homers.
What a weekend for G. Stanton.
A game that went 7 innings without an extra base hit. And here in the 8th, the hardest hit ball of Anthony Rizzo's career. And then another monstrous homer by Giancarlo Stanton. A sold-out crowd at Fenway is shell-shocked.
Matt, the ramifications and the residual effect of the missed fly ball, the missed opportunity with the strikeout, that would have set up Cora and the Red Sox to walk Stanton and pitch to Gallo. That opportunity is lost. You give Judge a third opportunity. A guy that's battling for the MVP is in the conversation. And the third time he smokes a double to set up Stanton.
Counts 3 balls and a strike on Joey Gallo. Oh, that one hit him. Oh, man. Oh, you can hear that from where we are here in the press box.
Yanking a fastball here, 94 miles an hour. And you're right, Matt, you hear that all the way up here. Smoked them.
Right above the pad. So Gallo hit by a pitch. He's aboard with, again, still only 1 away. As we take it back to Stanton's homer again. The slam came in the 8th inning last night. 2-run shot in the 8th inning tonight.
448 feet. 116 miles per hour off the bat. And then the bat flip and the point.
And I'm not sure if there's any parking on Lansdowne Street tonight, but there is likely a windshield that would need to be replaced if so. Oh, man. I mean, he's just carrying the load. Pitching coach Dave Bush is coming out now. Ryan Brazier is up in the bullpen, and it looks like they're going to make a change. It's actually Alex Cora coming out to do it himself. Another big 8th inning for the Yankees. 4 runs on the Stanton slam last night. 4 runs in the 8th inning tonight. 2 of them on a Stanton homer. And Boston will go back to the bullpen. A pitching change. And we'll be right back. Well, as we mentioned, this game went 7 innings without an extra base hit, and that was changed in a hurry. Rizzo's hardest hit ball of his career, a double. And then Aaron Judge on a 3rd chance. A gapper that drove in 2. And then the Stanton homer. A monstrous blast onto Lansdowne Street. 3 absolute rockets, and it has forced Alex Cora's hand to the bullpen. His 3rd pitcher of the inning is Ryan Brazier. Take a look at the exit velos. Judge has doubled the hardest hit of the 3.
Couple 2-irons and a driver.
Counts 0-1 to Gleyber Torres. 8th inning, a charm for a second straight night for the Yankees. Brazier making his 9th appearance of the year. Didn't make his season debut until earlier this month. In fact, it was his first big league appearance since last September, that is. Calf injury, concussion, and now we've got another injury situation to attend to. It looked like Gleyber Torres may have hurt himself on that last swing and miss. An inning where it appeared that Aaron Judge injured his left hand sliding into second base, where Joey Gallo gets absolutely smoked in the shin. And now a problem perhaps with Torres.
It almost looks like he's a little dizzy. Veteran head trainer Steve Donahue there with the organization for over 30 years. I didn't see anything in particular.
It was actually home plate umpire Joe West that took a moment and then signaled for attention. Whatever it was that drew their attention seems to be okay, and Torres will continue 0-2. That's into right field. Verdugo coming on to make the catch. Out number 2.
Matt, you've talked about injuries. When you're watching in the Yankees dugout right now, it looks like there's a lot of conversation going on about what they're going to do in the outfield the next half inning. Giancarlo Stanton would be an option. You potentially could put him in the outfield, of course, with all of his experience. You mentioned on Aaron Judge's how he got hurt going into second base. I kind of wonder if his left pinky popped out there.
Well, I mean, you've got potential injury situations in both outfield corners for the Yankees. Gallo hit by the pitch. He's still continued. He's on base. And then Judge, who stayed in the game after his hand or finger injury. We'll see how the Yankees align defensively, if they change anything at all.
Good thing for the Yanks, they have a day off tomorrow. They're going to be putting some ice, getting some rest. Maybe some guys will come into the training room, see Steve Donahue, and get ready to go for the final 6.
Travel day for the Yankees tomorrow. They head to Toronto before finishing the regular season schedule at home with the Rays. Boston heads out on their final road trip of the year. 3 at Baltimore, 3 at Washington. And again, the big picture, tied for that top wild card seat with the Blue Jays just a game and a half out, knocking on the door, knowing they have 3 left with the Yankees. Hey! 2 balls and a strike to Gary Sanchez.
You also potentially could put Odor in the game. You could put Wade in the outfield. There's some other options than that, but they're making decisions.
Yeah, nothing. Just a ordinary Red Sox Yankees game on a Sunday with potentially a postseason seed on the line into the last week of the season. This one has taken more twists and turns than we have time to recap in 1 or 2 quick lines.
There's been a lot of misplays, but none bigger than the strikeout to Judge. The Vasquez appeared like he caught for a strikeout, but of course you can't replay that, and the ramifications have been huge.
Counts 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sanchez chops one to second base for Iglesias. That'll retire the side. 8 Yankees come to the plate, and they do plenty of damage. Given a second and third chance, Aaron Judge took advantage. A 2-run double. And then another Giancarlo Stanton homer. 6-3 Yankees. Well, we were wondering a lot if Gleyber Torres or Aaron Judge were to come out of the game, as it seemed like they sustained some injuries last half inning. They're out there still. Tyler Wade is the only change as he takes over at shortstop for Gio Urshela. And after a long half inning on the bench, Chad Green continues here in the bottom of the 8th. He faces Devers, Bogarts, and Martinez.
Yankees pen still has 6 outs to get. And a night like tonight in this stadium, anything can happen.
Green, the 3rd Yankee reliever to work behind Jordan Montgomery tonight. The 3rd and not the last. Wandy Peralta's up. And if this becomes a safe situation, Aroldis Chapman's name will certainly enter the mix. 4 runs in the Yankee half of the 8th. And that one's into the corner. A ground rule double for Rafi Devers. And the Red Sox try to answer back.
Matt, as we talked about, anything can happen in this ballpark. A 3-run lead is like a 1-run lead. A flat slider, little curveball here from Green, who sat for a very long time. Ground rule double.
Historic season for Rafi Devers continues. Youngest player in franchise history with a 35-plus homer and 35-plus double campaign. Here's Xander Bogaerts.
The 3 guys we've talked so much about who have been good, not great in the second half, they need to be excellent right now.
Bogaerts on the first pitch sends a fly ball out to shallow right. Judge coming on for it to make the catch, 1 away.
Introducing the Grubhub Guarantee. Our promise to deliver your order on time within the delivery window and for the lowest price compared to other apps. Or you'll get back at least $5 in perks.
Boy, that's a surprisingly unproductive out off the bat of Xander Bogaerts, really early in the count as well. At the very least, he was looking to get Devers to third base. And now it's J.D. Martinez. That would have been a little bit more in focus in perhaps a one-run game. Boston in need of more than that here, down by 3.
Matt, you talked about no extra base hits, the first 57 hitters. Now 4 of the last 8 hitters with extra base hits.
Martinez with a base hit into left field. Devers will be held at third, and the Red Sox have runners at the corners with one away.
Fastball in. Martinez looking in. Off the plate in.
Devers at third. J.D. Martinez the runner at first with one gone now for Bobby Dahlbeck. Dahlbeck has struck out 3 times tonight. 24 homers and big numbers since the start of September as he takes a breaking ball for a strike. The strikeouts have come on changeups twice and a slider. So what's considered quote unquote secondary stuff. There's a heater swung on and missed.
Good curveball fastball combination by Green. 0-2 now looking to expand. Could go fastball up or breaking ball down.
The 0-2. Got it. 4th time Dahlbeck has struck out tonight, and they're a 2 away.
Two-pitch mix here. Fastball up in the zone. Breaking ball down in the zone for a strikeout.
So that'll bring up Jose Iglesias now for a second time. He started the 2-run rally in the 7th with a pinch hit single. A notoriously aggressive hitter. And that might be the subject of the conversation on the mound.
Indeed, and also a good matchup here for the Red Sox. Iglesias, a contact guy, a good fastball hitter. And like you said, Matt, look for him to be aggressive early. And sometimes with some occasional power, he'll look to jump you for a 3-run bomb.
Iglesias in limited exposures has had some success against Chad Green, 2 for 2 with a double. And if we laid out reasons in the previous half inning why Yankee fans should be optimistic, we can say this to Red Sox fans, that as recently as July 25th against the Yankees, Boston has overcome a 4-run 8th inning deficit. Iglesias pops it up for Torres, and that retires the side. We're headed to the 9th inning tonight. 6-3 New York. Boy, between the 7th and 8th innings, this game took some wild turns. A wild pitch, a drop pop-up, and then a drop fly ball scored 2 in the Boston half of the 7th. Then in the 8th, the Red Sox returned the favors. A drop pop-up, a missed call on what should have been a foul tip third strike that was called. That led to a double in the gap and 2 runs, and ultimately another homer by Giancarlo Stanton. Take a look at some more info on what's been a really wild night in Boston on our game track, brought to you by Geico. Starting pitchers both went 5. It was the 4-run 8th inning by the Yankees that have spaced it out to the current 6-3 score that we're looking at. And New York comes to the plate in the 9th looking for more with Brett Gardner against Ryan Brazier. Gardner, Wade, and LeMahieu. What was at the start of the night an important game for both sides was perhaps a bit more important for the Yankees based on the remaining schedules for both teams. Aaron Boone's Yanks have won 9 of their last 12, averaging over 5 runs a night in doing so. And looking to finish off what is a rare 3-game sweep of the Red Sox at Fenway Park. Gardner hits it into the shift. Bogarts has got it. And there's 1 away. Just 1 week left in the regular season. Here's a look at the upcoming matchups on ESPN. Tuesday, the Padres and Dodgers at 10 Eastern. We'll have the Padres and Dodgers the following night at 10 Eastern as well. It's a part of a doubleheader with the early installment, a really good one. Garrett Cole gets the ball for the Yankees. Jose Barrios for the Blue Jays. 7 p.m. Wednesday. Great Major League Baseball pennant chase action this week on ESPN. Well, Aroldis Chapman preparing to work the bottom half of the 9th inning.
For the Yankees, the 2 4-run 8th inning this weekend may end up saving the season for the Yankees.
And Giancarlo Stanton in the middle of both of those 8th inning rallies.
Tonight, 3 balls in that 8th inning above 115 miles per hour off the bat. I mean, to do that in one game is exceptional. To do that in 1 inning is a step above that.
Buster, was it you or Alex? Was it you that you guys were talking about the place that Stanton occupies with Yankee fans? It's saying something to the degree of the guy could hit, you know, game-winning home runs on back-to-back nights, but if he doesn't advance a base runner the following game, he gets booed.
Yeah, that's right. I asked Aaron Boone that question, and look, I think he realizes, Stanton, after having all of his experience in New York, that no matter what he does, if he has a big game, if he strikes out, he's going to get booed. So that, as Aaron Boone described it, he basically was able to put all that superficial reaction and just focus on his preparation. And that really has steeled him, created some scar tissue, made him a better player.
Buster, you got to go back to his first home game ever, where he struck out 5 times and came out, was the first one in his locker answering every question. And then the last game of that home series, before going back on the road, another 5 strikeouts, and again stood there and answered every question and set the tone for his Yankee career. And right now he's in a groove like he was with the Marlins when he won the MVP before coming to New York.
1 out single by Tyler Wade, and now DJ LeMahieu will get a 5th plate appearance. Well, here's some context to the weekend series that he's had here. He's the first Yankee with 3 or more homers in a single series at Fenway Park since Andrew Jones hit 4 in a series in July of 2012. Since the start of the 05 season, only 5 Yankees have had such a series. Andrew Jones, Giancarlo Stanton, Mark Teixeira, Hideki Matsui, and you. And I'm not talking to you, Buster. You, Alex.
Must have been a long time ago.
A 3-homer weekend at Fenway Park.
Yeah, I wasn't confused.
0-1 the count to DJ LeMahieu.
The Yankees have a very tough schedule down the stretch. And you wonder how much confidence will carry over for those 6 games. They're going to need it.
Wade's running. Let's see if he slides this time. He does. And he's out anyway. Tyler Wade's been thrown out twice. Aaron Boone wants a moment to take a look at this because Wade was indicating he got in there.
It looks like he got him. Good tag by Bogarts.
Oh, he's out. He's out. You didn't feel that?
Great throw. Great tag.
No challenge by the Yankees. They're taking a look at the same series of replays that we just saw. 2 of the last 5 outs made by the Yankees have been caught stealing. The pitch to LeMahieu was chopped out to second base. One last chance for the Red Sox in their season series against New York to the bottom of the 9th inning. 6-3 Yankees.
Electric, I don't need the gas.
Last regular season home game at Fenway Park, and it certainly has been an entertaining one to watch as we take a look at our current standings in the hunt for October, brought to you by Geico. Red Sox and Yankees at 88 and 67, tied for that top wild card spot with the Blue Jays knocking on the door. Rays and White Sox have punched their tickets to the postseason. Not a lot of drama left for the Astros, headed that way as well, as we are down to the final week of the regular season starting tomorrow. Aroldis Chapman with 29 saves, 3rd most in the American League behind Liam Hendricks and his Cuban countryman Raisel Iglesias of the Angels. He'll look to close things down in the last of the 9th inning tonight. Boston has Alex Verdugo, Christian Vasquez, and Kike Hernandez. The Red Sox can't wait to get Giancarlo Stanton out of town for the rest of the winter. They may have another date with him, however, in a little over a week.
Indeed. Chapman last 4 games, 12 strikeouts, only 1 walk.
Strike to Verdugo. Ball and a strike. Couple of hits for Alex Verdugo tonight. He scored a run back in the 7th. One of the hits was a snappy drag bunt.
That ball's right down the middle.
Sure is. Where is that? I mean, really? It's one thing to miss a ball in the corner. Popped him up. One away here in the 9th, and here's why Giancarlo Stanton has turned into public enemy #1 in New England. A homer on Friday, part of a 4 RBI opener, a grand slam last night. The running RBI count is at 8, and add 2 more tonight. And according to Katie Sharp on Twitter, Giancarlo Stanton is just the 4th Yankee with at least 3 homers and 10 RBIs in a 3-game span against the Red Sox. He joins a list of Mantle, Gehrig, and Ruth.
Wow. In all 3 of them, meaningful, clutch home runs for the Yankees.
Ball and no strikes. The count to Christian Vasquez. One of the goals for the Yankees down the stretch, in addition to getting into the postseason somehow, was to get Aroldis Chapman right, because he's had some hiccups this year. And there are those that watch the Yankees nightly who felt like a lot of that came with Chapman, for whatever reason, getting away from his 99-mile-an-hour fastball and fiddling, quote unquote, with the secondary stuff too much. You've watched him all year.
Yeah, and has been throwing that with a lot more confidence, but it starts with the fastball, setting the tone 99 to 100. And then has been the slider and the split. The split has never been better as it is right now, and that's been the equalizer for him. Like that.
Alex, what makes his splitter so tough?
It's basically like a knuckleball at 90 miles per hour, and it speeds up his fastball that doesn't need to speed up as a hitter. But he can throw it for a strike, Buster, and that's the devastating. He's not just sparing it, he's throwing it for a strike.
Still a ball and 2 strikes. Reminder, Sports Center is next with John Anderson and Kevin Connors. Post-game reaction from here at Fenway. Plus where everything stands with 1 week left in the Major League Baseball season. And what's been troubling the Chiefs after losing again today. Sports Center next right here on ESPN and the ESPN app. Two and 2 to Vasquez. Yankee pitching has been superb tonight in a number of senses. They've pitched out of some jams, and they have not walked a batter. You're talking about 5 guys who have worked tonight, and that's hooking foul. It may sound like minutia, and it might well be minutia, but Yankees pitchers have been in 14 1-ball 1-strike counts. In 13 of those counts, they've thrown strike 2. So it's just another fancy way of saying they just haven't been behind much tonight.
At Fenway Park, you cannot walk people. You can give up the solo home run. Those will never beat you. But last night in the 8th inning is a perfect example. Walk, hit by a pitch, grand slam.
Chopper to second, and Boston is down to their last out tonight. Again, bear in mind that even if the Red Sox lose tonight, they have still taken the season series with the Yankees. So if they end the season in a heat, a dead tie for the wild card, and nobody else is involved, then the wild card game will be played here at Fenway Park. No coin flip as there was in 1978. Kike Hernandez, the last chance for Boston to keep it alive tonight. He's got a couple of singles. Again, both of them have come on the first pitch of the at-bat. The last time New York rode into town and swept a series at Fenway of at least 3 games, it was May of 2015. One and one. Boston knows they're still in good shape here. I mean, there's no gloom and doom around this. They don't like being swept by the Yankees, that's for sure. But the soft landing involves 3 with Baltimore, 3 with the Nationals. And against the Nationals, you walk Juan Soto 12 times, and you're halfway there. I mean, I'm overstating it a bit, but you get what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
You're talking about 2 second division opponents coming up next on your schedule, and there's no reason why Boston can't flip it immediately and win out starting on Tuesday.
And the Red Sox, the truth is, they've dominated teams with records under 500, 42-20 this year. And on the other hand, if you're the Yankees, you lose the first 7 games against the Red Sox, and now you win 9 of the last 12 head-to-head.
Yeah, it's really been a season series that you could draw a line in the middle of. The Yanks couldn't get out of their own way against Boston before the All-Star break. Chapman's fallen behind 3 balls and a strike. And there's ball 4, the first walk of the night by Yankee pitching. I would imagine that after that, Kyle Schwarber would be perhaps exercising a bit more patience.
Indeed. Make Chapman throw a strike here. And your only goal right now is you want to get Devers to be the tying run. Let that come to the plate. Give yourself a legitimate shot here.
It is Rafi Devers on deck, though he's not standing there yet. He would bat next if Schwarber can keep the game alive. Hernandez runs unattended to by the Yankees. The old fielder's indifference cited. No stolen base on the play. Oh, and 1 the count to Kyle Schwarber. I can probably count the times I've said this on one hand. This is the Yankees' last mound visit tonight.
Any chance they're talking about maybe balking the runner to third here, guys? which has become a strategy around baseball recently.
That's a good thought. I mean, sign-stealing paranoia being what it is, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the conversation.
So what if Chapman balks here, then of course what that would do is that would mean that the runner would move to third base and you wouldn't worry about the sign steal.
Right. In a 3-run game, maybe they're willing to do that. A ball and a strike between former Cub teammates, albeit for a brief moment in time.
World Championship teammates.
Two balls and a strike. And they pay no attention to Hernandez, and they get him off of second base anyway. That might have been what they were after the whole time. Fielder's indifference twice, and it makes Alex Cora laugh. 2 balls and a strike. Boy, when you've got 99 in your pocket and then you throw that slider,
2-1.
That ain't fair. By the way, the official scorer has credited Kike Hernandez with a stolen base when he took third. For you fantasy league players out there. That's how it ends tonight. For the first time since 2015, the Yankees have swept a 3-game series at Fenway. They assume the outright lead in the American League wildcard race after a 6-3 victory tonight.
And it's that slider indeed again, Matt. The go-to pitch for Chapman this game in this series.
A game up on Boston as a result of the 3-game sweep. The Blue Jays a game behind the Red Sox for the second chair as we're down to 1 week in the Major League Baseball regular season. Again, the final score, the Yankees have defeated the Red Sox 6-3. For Alex Rodriguez and Buster Olney, Matt Vasgersian thanking you for tuning in. Sports Center with John Henderson and Kevin Connors is coming up next.
All right, Matty V, good stuff there. Finished at Fenway for this series and the games. 49-32 at the Fins for Boston, but they dropped the last 3, which is bad in that sweep to the Yankees. So the complexion of the wild card certainly has changed with what's happened there. You see the standings. Critical in this one now is that the Yankees are actually a full game ahead of the Red Sox and 2 on the Blue Jays.
It sets up a fantastic final week of the season, John. And by the way, we could be 9 days away from seeing those two teams do it again all over on ESPN. Time TBD. Unless the Blue Jays crash the party today against the Twins. That's Danny Jansen, 3-run shot, 9th of the year. Toronto in front in the second, 3-0. Top 5, the animal George Springer. When healthy, what a weapon he is in the middle of that lineup. His 19th home run of the year was 4-1 Toronto. Bottom 5, Byron Buxton destroys one off Alek Manoah, his 16th of the year, so it's 4-2. Top of the 8th inning, Teoscar Hernandez. Everyone who grabs a stick in that lineup is lethal. Bo Bichette comes around to score. Oh, by the way, the Jays are all set up for the next series. They've got Ryu, Ray, and Manoah, Barrios to pitch in the series. Thank you, guys. The Yankees now, with the series remaining against Toronto and Tampa Bay. The Red Sox take on Baltimore and Washington. Toronto, 3 against the Yankees, and then 3 against the Orioles.
NL West race is tense. It is going to take triple digits to win it. The Giants won't budge from that top spot, though. They're there, 101 wins, as they face the Rockies. Kevin Gausman in a jam, 2 on, 2 out, and a full count. And guess what? We're out. 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 11 strikeouts. Another quality start by him. Brandon Belt in the 7th attempts to bunt, gets hit on the hand. So that hurts. Ooh. Inside, catches him there in the chest. Pitches up and in. Belt had a scan on the hand, inconclusive. Going to undergo x-rays when he gets back to San Francisco, but he was out of the game. Top 9, score tied at 2. We got Tommy LaStella. Drives one into right off Daniel Bard. Steven Duggar hustling home. Steven Duggar. Duggar's in. Giants take a 3-2 lead. Giants, look at it, like we win these games all the time. We're so good. 2 batters later, 2-1 out. So we're still in a big spot. Brandon Crawford deep to left off Tyler Kitty. Thank you into the rock pile. 3-run shot is 23rd. The Giants, no sweat in any of this. There's no stress. Too blessed. 6-2, they're winners.
All right, so the Dodgers got a win to remain 2 back with a week to go. In Arizona, top of the first, no score. Corey Seager off Humberto Mejia. Drive in, drive out, I'm leaving. His 11th home run. Dodgers in front 1-0. Next batter is Trey Turner. Might recall, Turner hit his 100th career home run off Mejia to left field. Right there. Dodgers jump in front 2-0. Top of the 3rd, Seager back up again. Still a 2-0 game. And this one's leaving the park, only this one is a no doubt about it job. 464. That's his 100th career home run as well. So Turner and Seager each rock their 100th career homers. The Dodgers win their 100th game of the season. They shut out Arizona 3-0, your final score. The NL West becomes just the 5th division to have 2 100-win teams in the same season. LA remains 2 back of the Giants, could win as many as 106 games and still have to play a 1-game wild card. They have 3 in San Diego before hosting the Brewers for 3 more. The Giants host the NL worst D-backs for 3 before ending with 3 against the Padres.
Kicking! NFL history in the Ravens-Lions game, and it's not the stuff you expect from Lamar Jackson doing crazy things. We got kicking conditions, always ideal. Ford Field in Detroit. Justin Tucker is on. 3 seconds to go. His team's down 17-16, but he's going to have to kick it from 66. He's got good range. This was the last time they were in Detroit, 2013. He has a game-winning kick at the buzzer, 61 yards out. We got to add 5 to this one, right? That's 2 yards past any kick that's ever been had in the NFL, and it's to game-winning. It is there. Hits the crossbar, and yes, it goes over. Justin Tucker is a crazy. Look at Lamar. That dude just kicked it 66. That's 2/3 of the stupid field. Ravens over the Lions. Here's how it sounds on the radio.
A 66-yard try. Tucker's kick is on the way. It is good. Crossbar, and it tumbles through. It is good. Justin Tucker with the longest field goal in NFL history. The hay is in the barn, and it's mayhem on the field.
It is up, and it is off the crossbar and through. Oh, my goodness, are you kidding me?
Up and good. The fans, look at that. They can't believe that the Ravens fans are all in, and then you got the Cobra and the disbelief from the people in blue. So bad. As you know, everybody loves kickers.
He's the best kicker in history. You know, someone came up to him on the sideline and they said, I've never seen anything like that before. And it came to you right away because nobody's ever done anything like that before.
Oh, my God, because it's going. I'm like, oh. When they hit the upright, I'm like, but it's spinning forward. I see my equipment guy, little Jordan, I'm like, oh yeah, we got him. You know, we got the dub.
Man, that's the guy you want. You know, he's the GOAT, man. That's the GOAT. He's the GOAT, man.
I was kind of having a little bit of like a out-of-body experience for a minute. As soon as it left my foot, I knew it was going to have a chance, but I was short from 65 in pregame both ways. For whatever reason, I just couldn't, I just like couldn't get the ball to just go. And thankfully, we found an extra yard and a half that I didn't have 3 hours before, and I'm grateful for that.
Longest kick in NFL history and a game winner. That is terrific for Justin Tucker. Remember when we all were just infatuated because he was an opera singer? Right? Like now he's just the greatest kicker in terms of accuracy and a bunch of other stuff in the league. Justin Tucker, boy, he just makes field goals in the final minutes. Did you know? With the record-setting kick, he's 16 for 16 in his NFL career on field goals in the final minute of regulation. Like, that's pressure. And now he has 2 career game winners against the Lions. Both came in the final minute, both from 60-plus.
Still to come on SportsCenter, first time in the unparalleled career of Tom Brady. He played an NFL game in L.A., and you could argue he was outplayed. Show you. Matthew Stafford put up for the Rams coming up next.